Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 13th Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your homes for another series of painting shows. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your oil paints and paint along with us each week. Or just pull up the old easy chair and spend a relaxing half hour as we play some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. We'll use a few big brushes, a dozen colors or so, and I'll show you how easy it is to create some of the most fantastic paintings you've ever seen. So I'll tell you what, let's go over to the canvas here and let's get started. Today we have an 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and I've already covered it with a nice thin even coat of liquid white. The liquid white makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. This is a wet on wet painting technique, so normally we always cover the canvas with liquid white or liquid black to make it wet and slick. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And we'll go on up here and get started. Today, let's start with the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into the smallest amount of Indian yellow. And just tap the brush right into a little bit of yellow. Just a small amount, that's all you need. Just tap it, like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's put a little yellow in the sky. Today I think we'll do just a happy little painting, bright and shiny and pretty. Just something that'll make you feel good. So all you do, just use little crisscross strokes and just lay in a little touch of yellow. Just a little bit, like right along in here. Just wherever you think it should be. That's exactly where it should be. There we go. Now then, a little bit more of that same color, and let's have a little water here, and we'll reflect some of that yellow right into the water, same color. Just put a little bit into the water, right about like that. And that's all you need. That's all you need. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go into a touch of the bright red. Now this is a very, very strong color. You need very little of it. Just tap the brush right into it. I did not clean the brush. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now maybe right in here, there's a beautiful little pinkish glow. Use very little of this red. It's very strong, and we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is put just a little pinkish glow into it. Just like so. Okay, just add a little color, and then we'll come back and blend it all together. A little more of the red, and we'll put a little bit right down into the water. Right into the water. There we are. That easy. Okay, maybe I'll brighten that up just a touch. Okay, now then, let me wash the brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. And I really, really recommend you use odorless thinner. You'll be working by yourself in a heartbeat. Shake off the excess, and then beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. Now with a good clean dry brush, we can go back in here and just begin blending these colors together. We want to blend this using little crisscross strokes until you can't tell where one color stops and the other color starts. So it's just nice and soft. And the same thing down here. Just blend them together. That easy. Okay. Now then, tell you what, let's do. Let's mix up a sort of a lavender color. For that, I'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately, much more crimson than blue. The blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. We'll put a little white in there so you can see what color we have. Okay, more crimson. Much more crimson. There we go. Now then, a little touch of white. You can look at what you have and see if you like it. If you don't like it, change it. Okay, let me get my old brush here. We'll use the same old 2-inch brush. Just add a little of that color to it. Just like so. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, still using little crisscross strokes. Let's just lay in a little touch of this. Right around the top and the sides here. Now you can use this lavender color up against the yellow without it turning green. As you know, if you use blue up here, you'd be in trouble. And we'll just tap in some little happy cloud indications, just doing like this. And we'll come back and we'll blend all this together. Don't worry about it right now. And if you watched the shows before, you know that we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Okay, a little touch more of the color. And we can come right over in here and just begin doing the same thing. Just allow this to blend right in. Maybe there lives a little cloud here. In your world, you just sort of look around and decide where you want a little cloud to live. And that's where you put him, wherever you want him to be. You have total freedom on this canvas to do anything that you want to do. Create your own world here. Okay. Now then, let's go down here. And we'll just add in a little bit for our water. Same old lavender color. Now be very careful. If you cover up this yellow, it's gone. That lavender will eat it up. Will just absolutely eat it up. It's so much stronger than the yellow now. Pull from the outside in. From the outside in. Okay. There. There we go. Okay, now then, let me wash my brush again. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. Shake off the excess. Now I get a lot of letters saying, hey, if I do that in my living room, I'm going to redecorate the whole living room in a heartbeat. And that's true. They make what they call a little brush beater rack. It goes in the bottom of a waste paper basket, so you can shake it inside the basket, then beat the rack, and it contains it. So don't do what I'm doing here in your living room. You'll be sending me a bad mouth letter. Now then, with a nice clean dry brush, I want to just gently begin blending this together. And every once in a while, you can just beat the brush. That removes excess paint without going through the whole cleaning procedure. Just begin blending this together. And you can make a fantastic little sky. And just continually beat the brush just to keep it clean. There. But that's all there is to it. It makes a nice little evening sky that, it makes you feel good. It makes you warm and happy. Okay. Then down here we can do the same thing in the water. We're not too worried about the water as yet. We're going to put all kinds of, we'll have some bushes and trees in here and reflect them into the water. That's always fun. Right now all we're looking for is color down here. There. Okay, and one more time I'll wash the old brush. Shake him off. All right, today, let's have some little hills that live back here. And for that, I'm going to use the fan brush today. You could do them with a knife or 1 or 2 inch brush. Today, I'm going to use the old fan brush. And we'll use just that same old color that we used in the sky. Add a touch of titanium white to it. Like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Now maybe there's a happy hill that lives way back here in the distance, and just sort of let that brush bounce along, and all you're looking for is a top shape right now. That's all we're looking for. Then in here, all you're doing is just laying in some color. You could do this with your old shoe. It doesn't matter how you put it in. All we're looking for is these nice top edges. Okay. See, sort of lay that in. Then we'll take a big brush and grab this and pull it. Pull it firmly. Because the canvas is wet, the paint will move. It'll slide on there. There. See? And by changing the brush strokes, you can create the illusion of highlights and shadows without doing a thing. And we want it to be mistier at the bottom than it is at the top. So apply your paint to the top of these little hills and then pull them downward. Okay, see how easy that is? Now maybe you want to have several ranges, and that's easy to do. The big thing to remember, if you have several ranges of hills, is that each one, as it gets closer to you, should get a little darker in value. So just add a little more of the dark color to that same paint mixture, and off we go. And maybe the next one lives let's bring him right along in here. See, wherever you want him to be. You create the dream and put it on canvas. That's what I like so much about this technique. You can create a vision in your mind and get it on canvas before it escapes. When I was a traditional painter, oh, son of a gun, by the time I got to the canvas and the vision that was here, oh, it was gone. And I might work for weeks, and my mood would change. Today I'd be in a seascape mood, and the next day maybe I wanted to paint landscapes. And my mood had changed. It was very difficult to go back and to find that exact mood. And here, you can put it all in there at one time. And we want to show you how. Okay, now let's have another range. What the heck? Once again, same color, only a little bit darker. Each one should get darker and darker as it comes towards you. And maybe this one lives, there it is. You knew it was there. You knew it was there all along. See there? Look at all the different ranges of mountains though. And this creates planes, different levels in your painting. And these planes, all these different planes, are what create distance. And distance in a painting is what makes it interesting. And of course, none of us are interested in that happy buck. But should you be? Should you be interested in that? This is what sells your paintings. It's all these different planes. Makes them more interesting. There we go. Okay, and I'll wash the old brush. Give it a good shake. All right. Now we're ready to start down here. Smooth that out real nice. Okay. Tell you what, maybe we'll have a little grassy area back here. So for that, we'll just use this same old lavender color, and I'll add some midnight black to it. Same old lavender. And I'm just going to tap the brush right into it. There's not a great deal of paint on the brush. Just tap. Now then, maybe there's some, look at there. Maybe there's a little meadow that lives right out here in front of this. You have to decide, is it straight across? Does it have little hills in it? Make the decision. Tap it in. When you have this much power, you have to make big decisions. There we go. See there? And all we're doing is just tapping. Just tap downward. That easy. Begin thinking about the lay of the land. How does the land flow? Does it have little hills and bumps in it? This is where you begin thinking about it and putting those in. Something like so, maybe. Okay, now then, let's put some highlights on that. I'll just wipe the excess paint off on a paper towel. We'll go right into a little bit of cadmium yellow. And I'm just going to tap the brush right into the yellow. Pick up a little sap green. But tap it. Just tap it. Sap green, cad yellow, and whatever was left on the brush. Just tapping. Okay? And then let's go back here and just tap in some highlights. Isn't that fantastic? That easy. That easy. You could just make all kinds of little grassy hills that are living back here. Add a little yellow ochre and Indian yellow as desired. There. I want this to be mainly green. I want this to be bright and shiny back here. And this is where the little bunny rabbit lives. There. There we go. And the squirrels play back here. All the little creatures. I like little creatures. They're my friends. One of the shows we showed you some robins that I had raised and turned loose. Now I've got two little squirrels that I'm raising. Little son of a guns, I would have showed you those, but can't keep them still long enough to get the camera on them. They run everywhere. There we go. See how you can create the lay of the land and make it flow here? That easy. That easy. You can do anything, absolutely anything. Tell you what, let's do. grab another brush. Now I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning brushes. I'm going to pick up, there's some black, some brown, dark sienna, alizarin crimson, little touch of sap green. I'm using the 2-inch brush, and I'll pull it in one direction firmly. Let's put in some little trees and bushes. Maybe we'll pick up a little of that Prussian blue too. Okay? Now you have to make big decisions here. Maybe right in here lives a happy tree. Just right in there. Like so. Just push him in. Push firmly. You want the bristles to bend. Don't let them slide. Don't let them slide. If they slide, you get you get a mess. There. Don't want them to slide. Okay, maybe, I tell you what, let's just sort of let this come right on. We don't know. Wherever you want. That'll help push all that little metal area back. And while we have this color on the brush, just reverse the brush and bring some of it down. We said we was going to have some nice reflections in the water. So just tap some of this downward, like so. See there? Add a little more. We had some black and the browns and the little sap green and crimson. Maybe, tell you what, over here, we'll have a taller bush. This one, maybe he got a little more sunlight. He's strong, big old bush. Got to have a tall one here. This is where the big eagle sits and looks out over here and makes sure everything's okay. There. Okay. And just bring it wherever you want it. Like so. A little more of the colors. And once again, allow some of this to come right down into the water. See, as I said earlier, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. If there's anything here that you don't like, you just turn it into a reflection. Can do. Okay, now watch. I'll take another brush, clean, dry brush, and I want to grab these and pull them straight down. Just pull straight down. It's important that you go straight down. And look at that. Instant reflections. That easy. See, and you get, I don't know if you can see it, but in here you get all kinds of beautiful colors reflecting because you mixed all these colors on the brush. If you had just mixed one old dead color on the palette, then that's all you'd have up here. Learn to mix color on the brush. Okay, now after you pull it straight down, go gently across. That'll create the illusion of water. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, we'll take the old knife here. Take a little bit of the dark sienna, a little touch of white. Just mix them together like so. Don't overmix. Leave them sort of marbled like that. Cut across so you get a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife, just like so. Now then, let's go right up in here, just touch, and just put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk that lives in here. Just here and there, that's all there is to it. Let's go on the other side, don't want this big tree left out. And wherever you think a trunk would show, put it in. The other way is just take the point of the knife and cut right through the paint and let some of the white canvas show through. It looks like just all kinds of little tree trunks and limbs and sticks and all those things. Now, we're going to cover up a lot of those when we put highlights on, but some of them will show through. And when people see them, they'll think you work for days with your little one-haired brush putting all those in. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. Okay. Now, I'm going right into a little touch of the liquid white and into some yellow. Now, one of our golden rules in this style of painting is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Add a little sap green there. Thin paint to thick paint. So we start out with a very, very firm, dry, thick paint. There we go. Nice greenish color. Now, let's begin coming right up in here and decide where you want these to live. And give it a little upward push. Once again, do not let the brush slide. If it slides, you're going to be angry with me. Give it a little push and let it bend upward. Just let it bend. That's all there is to it. And think about form and shape. I'm going to add a little yellow ochre to that. Think about form and shape. Just don't hit it random. Think about all the little limbs that live in here. All kinds of little things live in here. And each one's an individual, has his own personality. Do one bush, one stick at a time. Treat each one as a friend. And it'll pay you big dividends in your painting. Add a little bright red there. See? There we go. Look at all those little things. See? Just use the side of the brush, push upward, and just get layer after layer of beautiful little things happening. That easy. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe over here, let's go to this old big one. There. Ooh, there's a nice color. Nice color. There. That's yellow ochre, bright red, little Indian yellow here and there. Once again, think about form and shape. And maybe there's several bushes that make up this clump. And so you can change the color. It makes it a lot more interesting. Or maybe in your bush, there's only one. It's up to you. However you want to do it. There we go. A little touch of that yellow ochre back in there. And I'm just varying these colors back and forth, back and forth. Let all kinds of little things just happen. Ooh, there's a nice one. A lot of red in that one. That's a fireball. Now we can begin reflecting a little bit of that right down into the water. Not worried about much. Just a little. See, there's one. Let him reflect right down to the water. A little more of the color. Just let these things happen. Let them happen. There. Push upward with the side of the brush to make these little grassy areas. There we go. But notice how all this pushes that little meadow area way back into the distance. Creates tremendous depth in your painting. There we go. Just push those in. Reflect a little of them into the water. Maybe there's a nice one that lives right there. There he is. You knew he was there. See, and we'll reflect him right into the water. And he's got a little friend named Clyde. There he is. There's right there. Tell you what, let's reflect some on the other side here too. I didn't do much reflecting over there. But all you're doing is just tapping in some color here. Then we'll come back with a big brush. This is 3 hairs and some air. Touch and pull down. Barely touch and pull down. Just barely caressing the canvas. And then very lightly go across, just enough to disturb it a little bit. Don't want to wipe it out. Just want to make it shimmer and glitter a little bit. Now with a clean knife, you can go back in here and just put in a little stick or two, wherever you think they should be. Like so. We'll take some Van Dyke brown. We need some land here so this doesn't fall over. Let's take some Van Dyke brown, a little roll of paint on the knife. And all I'm doing here is just touching. Just touching. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you what's left. Just like a tax man. Boy, that's what he does to me. Whew. Okay. Only trouble when he finishes pulling off, there isn't nothing left. There we go. See that though? You can just do all kinds of fantastic things. Let your imagination be your guide. There are no limits here. Absolutely no limits here. We'll take some brown and some white. Put the least little touch of blue in it to sort of gray it a little bit. And once again, mix your color sort of marbly and don't overkill it. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. And then if you're nervous here, it helps. If you got a little shake, just sort of let this bounce along and just barely touch here and there. Just so you get a little touch of highlight here and there. Like so, barely touching. Not too much. Don't want to lose that nice darkness. Okay. Like so. There. Yeah, then I'm going to take a fan brush, little touch of cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, bright red, all mixed together. Just mix them together. Reach up here and I'll grab some sap green too. But by mixing them on the brush, there's a multitude of color happening right on the brush. Now we can go right up in here and just push upward and put in little grassy areas that sort of bring all this together. Just brings it all together and makes it look right. Pushes some of those areas back. Keeps some of them in the foreground. There we go. Let's go with the other side. Don't want this side left out. But push upward. Make the bristles bend upward. And you can create just, it looks like beautiful little grassy areas that just flow down the lay of the land and right down. Okay, take some liquid white. Pull it out very flat on the palette. Just take the knife and pull it out as flat as you can get it. Get tough. And then cut across. That easy. Okay, let's do it again. Pull it out, cut across. Let's go right up here. And with that, we can go right in here and cut in some little water lines. This is a light area between these darks, and it helps separate and just makes it look a lot more pleasing. Just like so. See there? And keep these basically straight so your water doesn't look like it's going to run right out of the painting. And as many or as few as you want. There we go. See? Put a little ripple here and there. And you about have a finished painting. I think with that, we'll call this one done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 13th Joy of Painting series. First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your homes for another series of painting shows. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your oil paints and paint along with us each week. Or just pull up the old easy chair and spend a relaxing half hour as we play some of nature's masterpieces on canvas. We'll use a few big brushes, a dozen colors or so, and I'll show you how easy it is to create some of the most fantastic paintings you've ever seen. So I'll tell you what, let's go over to the canvas here and let's get started. Today we have an 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and I've already covered it with a nice thin even coat of liquid white. The liquid white makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. This is a wet on wet painting technique, so normally we always cover the canvas with liquid white or liquid black to make it wet and slick. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And we'll go on up here and get started. Today, let's start with the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into the smallest amount of Indian yellow. And just tap the brush right into a little bit of yellow. Just a small amount, that's all you need. Just tap it, like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's put a little yellow in the sky. Today I think we'll do just a happy little painting, bright and shiny and pretty. Just something that'll make you feel good. So all you do, just use little crisscross strokes and just lay in a little touch of yellow. Just a little bit, like right along in here. Just wherever you think it should be. That's exactly where it should be. There we go. Now then, a little bit more of that same color, and let's have a little water here, and we'll reflect some of that yellow right into the water, same color. Just put a little bit into the water, right about like that. And that's all you need. That's all you need. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go into a touch of the bright red. Now this is a very, very strong color. You need very little of it. Just tap the brush right into it. I did not clean the brush. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now maybe right in here, there's a beautiful little pinkish glow. Use very little of this red. It's very strong, and we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is put just a little pinkish glow into it. Just like so. Okay, just add a little color, and then we'll come back and blend it all together. A little more of the red, and we'll put a little bit right down into the water. Right into the water. There we are. That easy. Okay, maybe I'll brighten that up just a touch. Okay, now then let me wash the brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. And I really recommend you use odorless thinner. You'll be working by yourself in a heartbeat. Shake off the excess and then beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. Now with a good clean dry brush, we can go back in here and just begin blending these colors together. We want to blend this using little crisscross strokes until you can't tell where one color stops and the other color starts. So it's just nice and soft. And the same thing down here. Just blend them together. That easy. Okay. Now then, tell you what, let's do. Let's mix up a sort of a lavender color. For that, I'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately, much more crimson than blue. The blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. We put a little white in there so you can see what color we have. Okay, more crimson, much more crimson. There we go. Now then, a little touch of white. You can look at what you have and see if you like it. If you don't like it, change it. Okay, let me get my old brush here. We'll use the same old 2-inch brush. Just add a little of that color to it. Just like so. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, still using little crisscross strokes. Let's just lay in a little touch of this. Right around the top and the sides here. Now you can use this lavender color up against the yellow without it turning green. As you know, if you use blue up here, ooh, you'd be in trouble. And we'll just tap in some little happy cloud indications, just doing like this. And we'll come back and we'll blend all this together. Don't worry about it right now. And if you watched the shows before, you know that we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Okay, a little touch more of the color. And we can come right over in here and just begin doing the same thing. Just allow this to blend right in. Maybe there lives a little cloud here. In your world, you just sort of look around and decide where you want a little cloud to live. And that's where you put him, wherever you want him to be. You have total freedom on this canvas to do anything that you want to do. Create your own world here. Okay. Now then, let's go down here. And we'll just add in a little bit for our water. Same old lavender color. Now be very careful. If you cover up this yellow, it's gone. That lavender will eat it up. Will just absolutely eat it up. It's so much stronger than the yellow now. Pull from the outside in. From the outside in. Okay. There. There we go. Okay, now then, let me wash my brush again. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. Shake off the excess. Now I get a lot of letters saying, hey, if I do that in my living room, I'm going to redecorate the whole living room in a heartbeat. And that's true. They make what they call a little brush beater rack. It goes in the bottom of a waste paper basket, so you can shake it inside the basket, then beat the rack, and it contains it. So don't do what I'm doing here in your living room. You'll be sending me a bad mouth letter. Now then, with a nice clean dry brush, I want to just gently begin blending this together. And every once in a while, you can just beat the brush. That removes excess paint without going through the whole cleaning procedure. Just begin blending this together. And you can make a fantastic little sky. And just continually beat the brush, just to keep it clean. There. But that's all there is to it. It makes a nice little evening sky that, it makes you feel good. It makes you warm and happy. Okay. Then down here we can do the same thing in the water. We're not too worried about the water as yet. We're going to put all kinds of, we'll have some bushes and trees in here and reflect them into the water. That's always fun. Right now all we're looking for is color down here. There. Okay, and one more time I'll wash the old brush. shake him off. All right, today, let's have some little hills that live back here. And for that, I'm going to use the fan brush today. You could do them with a knife or 1 or 2 inch brush. Today, I'm going to use the old fan brush. And we'll use just that same old color that we used in the sky. Add a touch of titanium white to it. Like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Now maybe there's a happy hill that lives way back here in the distance, and just sort of let that brush bounce along, and all you're looking for is a top shape right now. That's all we're looking for. Then in here, all you're doing is just laying in some color. You could do this with your old shoe. It doesn't matter how you put it in. All we're looking for is these nice top edges. Okay. See, sort of lay that in. Then we'll take a big brush and grab this and pull it. Pull it firmly. Because the canvas is wet, the paint will move. It'll slide on there. There. See? And by changing the brush strokes, you can create the illusion of highlights and shadows without doing a thing. And we want it to be mistier at the bottom than it is at the top. So apply your paint to the top of these little hills and then pull them downward. Okay, see how easy that is? Now maybe you want to have several ranges, and that's easy to do. The big thing to remember, if you have several ranges of hills, is that each one, as it gets closer to you, should get a little darker in value. So just add a little more of the dark color to that same paint mixture, and off we go. And maybe the next one lives. Let's bring him right along in here. See, wherever you want him to be. You create the dream and put it on canvas. That's what I like so much about this technique. You can create a vision in your mind and get it on canvas before it escapes. When I was a traditional painter, oh, son of a gun, by the time I got to the canvas and the vision that was here, oh, it was gone. And I might work for weeks, and my mood would change. Today I'd be in a seascape mood, and the next day maybe I wanted to paint landscapes. And my mood had changed. It was very difficult to go back and to find that exact mood. And here, you can put it all in there at one time. And we want to show you how. Okay, now let's have another range. What the heck? Once again, same color, only a little bit darker. Each one should get darker and darker as it comes towards you. And maybe this one lives, there it is. You knew it was there. You knew it was there all along. See there? Look at all the different ranges of mountains, though. And this creates planes, different levels in your painting. And these planes, all these different planes, are what create distance. And distance in a painting is what makes it interesting. And of course, none of us are interested in that happy buck. But should you be? Should you be interested in that? This is what sells your paintings. Is all these different planes. Makes them more interesting. There we go. Okay, and I'll wash the old brush. Give it a good shake. All right. Now we're ready to start down here. Smooth that out real nice. Okay. Tell you what, maybe we'll have a little grassy area back here. So for that, we'll just use this same old lavender color, and I'll add some midnight black to it. Same old lavender. And I'm just going to tap the brush right into it. There's not a great deal of paint on the brush. Just tap. Now then, maybe there's some, look at there. Maybe there's a little meadow that lives right out here in front of this. You have to decide, is it straight across? Does it have little hills in it? Make the decision. Tap it in. When you have this much power, you have to make big decisions. There we go. See there? And all we're doing is just tapping. Just tap downward. That easy. Begin thinking about the lay of the land. How does the land flow? Does it have little hills and bumps in it? This is where you begin thinking about it. And and putting those in. Something like so, maybe. Okay, now then, let's put some highlights on that. I'll just wipe the excess paint off on a paper towel. And we'll go right into a little bit of cadmium yellow. And I'm just going to tap the brush right into the yellow. Pick up a little sap green. But tap it. Just tap it. Sap green, cad yellow, and whatever was left on the brush. Just tapping. Okay? And then let's go back here and just tap in some highlights. Isn't that fantastic? That easy. That easy. You could just make all kinds of little grassy hills that are living back here. Add a little yellow ochre and Indian yellow as desired. There. I want this to be mainly green. I want this to be bright and shiny back here. And this is where the little bunny rabbit lives. There. There we go. And the squirrels play back here. All the little creatures. I like little creatures. They're my friends. One of the shows we showed you some robins that I had raised and turned loose. Now I've got two little squirrels that I'm raising. Little son of a guns. I would have showed you those, but can't keep them still long enough to get the camera on them. They run everywhere. There we go. See how you can create the lay of the land and make it flow here? That easy. That easy. You can do anything. Absolutely anything. Tell you what, let's do. Grab another brush. Now I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning brushes. I'm going to pick up, there's some black, some brown, dark sienna, alizarin crimson, little touch of sap green. I'm using the 2-inch brush, and I'll pull it in one direction firmly. Let's put in some little trees and bushes. Maybe we'll pick up a little of that Prussian blue too. Okay? Now you have to make big decisions here. Maybe right in here lives a happy tree. Just right in there. Like so. Just push him in. Push firmly. You want the bristles to bend. Don't let them slide. Don't let them slide. If they slide, you get get a mess. There. Don't want them to slide. Okay, maybe, I tell you what, let's just sort of let this come right on. We don't know. Wherever you want. That'll help push all that little metal area back. And while we have this color on the brush, just reverse the brush and bring some of it down. We said we was going to have some nice reflections in the water. So just tap some of this downward, like so. See there? Add a little more. We had some black and the browns and the little sap green and crimson. Maybe, tell you what, over here, we'll have a taller bush. This one, maybe he got a little more sunlight. He's strong, big old bush. Gotta have a tall one here. This is where the big eagle sits and looks out over here and makes sure everything's okay. There. Okay. And just bring it wherever you want it. Like so. A little more of the colors. And once again, allow some of this to come right down into the water. See, as I said earlier, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. If there's anything here that you don't like, you just turn it into a reflection. Can do. Okay, now watch. I'll take another brush, clean, dry brush, and I want to grab these and pull them straight down. Just pull straight down. It's important that you go straight down. And look at that. Instant reflections. That easy. See, and you get, I don't know if you can see it, but in here you get all kinds of beautiful colors reflecting because you mixed all these colors on the brush. If you had just mixed one old dead color on the palette, then that's all you'd have up here. Learn to mix color on the brush. Okay, now after you pull it straight down, go gently across. That'll create the illusion of water. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, we'll take the old knife here. Take a little bit of the dark sienna, a little touch of white. Just mix them together like so. Don't overmix. Leave them sort of marbled like that. Cut across so you get a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife, just like so. Now then, let's go right up in here. Just touch. And just put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk that lives in here. Just here and there. That's all there is to it. Let's go on the other side. Don't want this big tree left out. And wherever you think a trunk would show, put it in. The other way is just take the point of the knife and cut right through the paint and let some of the white canvas show through. It looks like just all kinds of little tree trunks and limbs and sticks and all those things. Now, we're going to cover up a lot of those when we put highlights on, but some of them will show through. And when people see them, they'll think you work for days with your little one-haired brush putting all those in. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. Okay. Now, I'm going right into a little touch of the liquid white and into some yellow. Now, one of our golden rules in this style of painting is a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Add a little sap green there. Thin paint to thick paint. So we start out with a very, very firm, dry, thick paint. There we go. Nice greenish color. Now, let's begin coming right up in here and decide where you want these to live. And give it a little upward push. Once again, do not let the brush slide. If it slides, you're going to be angry with me. Give it a little push and let it bend upward. Just let it bend. That's all there is to it. And think about form and shape. I'm going to add a little yellow ochre to that. Think about form and shape. Just don't hit it random. Think about all the little limbs that live in here. All kinds of little things live in here. And each one's an individual, has his own personality. Do one bush, one stick at a time. Treat each one as a friend. And it'll pay you big dividends in your painting. Add a little bright red there. See? There we go. Look at all those little things. See? Just use the side of the brush, push upward, and just get layer after layer of beautiful little things happening. That easy. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe over here, let's go to this old big one. There. Ooh, there's a nice color. Nice color. There. That's yellow ochre, bright red, little Indian yellow here and there. Once again, think about form and shape. And maybe there's several bushes that make up this clump. And so you can change the color. It makes it a lot more interesting. Or maybe in your bush, there's only one. It's up to you. However you want to do it. There we go. A little touch of that yellow ochre back in there. And I'm just varying these colors back and forth, back and forth. Let all kinds of little things just happen. Ooh, there's a nice one. A lot of red in that one. That's a fireball. Now we can begin reflecting a little bit of that right down into the water. Not worried about much. Just a little. See, there's one. Let him reflect right down to the water. A little more of the color. Just let these things happen. Let them happen. There. Push upward with the side of the brush to make these little grassy areas. There we go. But notice how all this pushes that little meadow area way back into the distance. Creates tremendous depth in your painting. There we go. Just push those in. Reflect a little of them into the water. Maybe there's a nice one that lives right there. There he is. You knew he was there. See, and we'll reflect him right into the water. And he's got a little friend named Clyde. There he is. Lives right there. Tell you what, let's reflect some on the other side here too. I didn't do much reflecting over there. But all you're doing is just tapping in some color here. Then we'll come back with a big brush. This is 3 hairs and some air. Touch and pull down. Barely touch and pull down. Just barely caressing the canvas. And then very lightly go across, just enough to disturb it a little bit. Don't want to wipe it out. Just want to make it shimmer and glitter a little bit. Now with a clean knife, you can go back in here and just put in a little stick or two, wherever you think they should be, like so. I'll take some Van Dyke Brown. We need some land here so this doesn't fall over. Let's take some Van Dyke Brown, a little roll of paint on the knife. And all I'm doing here is just touching. Just touching. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you what's left. Just like a tax man. Boy, that's what he does to me. Whew. Okay. Only trouble when he finishes pulling off, there isn't nothing left. There we go. See that though? You can just do all kinds of fantastic things. Let your imagination be your guide. There are no limits here. Absolutely no limits here. We'll take some brown and some white. Put the least little touch of blue in it to sort of gray it a little bit. And once again, mix your color sort of marbly and don't overkill it. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. And then if you're nervous here, it helps. If you got a little shake, just sort of let this bounce along and just barely touch here and there. Just so you get a little touch of highlight here and there. Like so, barely touching. Not too much. Don't want to lose that nice darkness. Okay. Like so. There. Yeah, then I'm going to take a fan brush. Little touch of cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, bright red, all mixed together. Just mix them together. Reach up here and I'll grab some sap green too. But by mixing them on the brush, there's a multitude of color happening right on the brush. Now we can go right up in here and just push upward and put in little grassy areas that sort of bring all this together. Just brings it all together and makes it look right. Pushes some of those areas back. Keeps some of them in the foreground. There we go. Let's go with the other side. Don't want this side left out. But push upward. Make the bristles bend upward. And you can create just, it looks like beautiful little grassy areas that just flow down the lay of the land and right down. Okay, take some liquid white. Pull it out very flat on the palette. Just take the knife and pull it out as flat as you can get it. Get tough. And then cut across. That easy. Okay, let's do it again. Pull it out, cut across. Let's go right up here. And with that, we can go right in here and cut in some little water lines. This is a light area between these darks, and it helps separate and just makes it look a lot more pleasing. Just like so. See there? And keep these basically straight so your water doesn't look like it's going to run right out of the painting. And as many or as few as you want. There we go. See? Put a little ripple here and there. And you about have a finished painting. I think with that, we'll call this one done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you joined me today. Today, let's do one of the most popular things that we've ever came up with in this series, and that is the little oval painting. Now this little oval is just cut out of contact paper that you can buy at your local supermarket or hardware store, whatever, just normal old contact paper. I've cut an oval out, stuck it on the canvas, and then I've covered the canvas that's exposed here with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. So it's all wet and it's ready to go. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Today, let's have a happy little painting, just beautiful little sky, and we get a little crazy with color. I'm gonna start with a little touch of phthalo blue on the 2-inch brush. Let's reach over here and get a little phthalo green, add to it. What the heck? Use very little of the phthalo green, though. It's so strong. So strong. Eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's just have a little sky that just dances around and has fun. Like so. just dance it in like that. Just using little criss-cross strokes. Let them go. But once again, very, very small amount of this green. You don't want to get too crazy with the green. There. Okay. While I have that color on the brush, phthalo blue, phthalo green, maybe we'll have a touch of water right somewhere down here. I don't know exactly where it's going to be. Wherever we feel like putting it. But right now, we can go ahead and add some color in here, and it'll be there waiting on us when we get down there. Now then, before I clean the brush, I'm going to go into a small amount of Prussian blue. Just tap the brush into a little, and I'm going to be right back. Get a little tiny amount of crimson. Prussian blue and a little bit of crimson. Then I'm going to go right down in here and just put in a little darker color under the base of this. Little touch of crimson and Prussian blue. There. I don't want to overblend this because it's so strong, it'll eat up this light blue. Like so. There. Okay, let me wash the old brush. Just scrub it off. Shake off the excess. And cover the cameraman. They hate me. All the cameramen around here have freckles. You can tell which ones work on this show. Camera ladies, too. I'm going to get in trouble here. There. Now all I'm doing is just blending this together. Just blending it together. See, and already that makes a dynamite sky. Beautiful little sky. Okay, now then. Let me find a 1-inch brush. I'm going to go right into titanium white. Just load the brush full of titanium white. Quite a bit of paint on the brush. Just tap the brush right into the color. Okay, let's go right up here and let's build us a happy little cloud. And we'll do that by just taking the corner of the brush and just tapping. Just tapping. See, that's all you have to do. Just tap in a little cloud. What could be easier and more fun? You sort of have to make some decisions here. Where did your little clouds live? Maybe there's one. There he is. You knew there was one there. You just sort of decide where you want it and put him in. Because on this piece of canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. Absolutely anything. Look at that. And all we're doing, once again, is just tapping. Just tap, tap. Okay, now then, back to this is just a big old 2-inch brush, and very lightly, just using little crisscross strokes, I'm just going to blend this, and then follow the angles. See there? Just blend it a little, follow the angles. Don't overwork these clouds. Don't overwork them. They'll go away and leave you. Just blend them a little tiny bit. And just do like that. That's all there is to it. It's so easy to overwork them. And then they're not happy anymore. Somebody sent me a letter here a while back and said that I used the word happy too much, that everything was happy in my world. And that's true. In my world, which is right up here, everything is happy. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of phthalo blue, least little touch of crimson, and a little tiny amount of phthalo green. And then a little white, so we can find out what color we have. Let's mix a little bigger pile. We're going to use it several times. Blue, a little touch of crimson, not much. A little phthalo green. And then a little white, so we can tell what color we have. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, now I want to make several different values of this, or several different degrees of lightness. So I'll add just, see I have light, a little darker, and real dark, all in the same pile. Now then, tell you what, today let's use the old oval brush, and I'm going to go into that lightest color, and just add a little color to the brush, just back and forth, okay? Now then, maybe there's some little hills live way back here, and I want these to be so light they almost fade right into the sky because they're far away. very, very light. There goes our pretty little cloud we made. It's okay. As long as you learn how to make one and your time's not wasted. Okay. This one's very light. It's almost the color of the sky and very soft. Okay, with our big brush, we'll tap the base of this, just using the top of the big brush. And we're only tapping the base, just to create the illusion of mist. Very lightly lift upward. See how that almost just fades right into nothing? Fantastic. Now then, let's go into our next darker color. It's the same color, only with less white. Load the brush the same way. Okay. Maybe there's another little hill. And he lives right here. See, this oval brush gives you that nice rounded effect. And you can turn the brush sidewards and make different little effects if you want them. It's up to you. See, makes nice little things though. Pull this straight down. Straight on down. Okay. Back to my large brush. Same thing again. Just tap the base of it. And lift slightly upward. You need that little bit of mist. That's the only thing you have that separates all these. So that misty area is most important. It's your friend. Take care of it. Treat it good. Treat it good. Okay, and then back to our same color. This is the darkest color we had. All right. Now maybe you have to make a decision. Maybe right in here, there's another little foothill. But look at all the different planes. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. All those different planes create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. That's what makes your painting stand out from other paintings. Makes your painting special. Devote a lot of time to looking at paintings and the ones that you like. Usually they have a lot of different planes in them. There we go. Now, once again, back to our old big brush, and we tap just the base, just to create that illusion of mist. Isn't that fantastic? I knew you could do it. There. And already, we have one super little painting. Now then, tell you what, let's have another plane. Maybe it comes down this way. And for that, let's get a little darker. I'll use that same blue, but I'll also put in some black. I'll go right into some midnight black. So we have the same color we was using for the background with black added. This is getting closer, so it should be darker in value. Maybe, let's just take the big brush and let's just tap in a general shape here. Maybe it comes, boy, it does now. Right down. There it is. Like so. All we're doing here is just tapping downward. Just tapping downward. And begin thinking about the lay of the land. Maybe this is a nice hill and it rolls over here. See there? Just like so. And maybe back here on this hill, maybe there's some happy little trees that live back here. So you can just take the corner of the big brush. And all we're looking for right now is just some very basic little shapes. Very, very basic little shapes. There. All we're doing is putting up some little arms up in the air. There. See there? Okay. And if we want to, shoot, we can just go ahead here. Add a little more color. And we can just fill in this whole area just by tapping. I don't know, we'll put something down here. We'll worry about it when we get there. There. I know you're saying, Bob, you've done it this time. Well, you really messed up a nice background. You may be right. Hope not. Now then, let's have some fun. Let me grab the old fan brush. I like to play with fan brushes, so I'll show you something you can do here. We'll use some cad yellow. I'll be right back. Get some sap green, a little touch of yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Just mix them all in the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now just, all I'm going to use here is just the corner of the brush and just sort of wiggle it. Just pushing upward and sort of wiggling it. Add a little touch of bright red here and there. We'll make this a nice fall picture. So you got all the orange and the reds and all those beautiful little colors. Just pushing upward with the corner of the brush. And you can make the indication of just hundreds and hundreds of little distant trees and bushes that live back here. And Jack Frost has been by here and touched on them. And there. See there? All kinds of happy little things, wherever you want them. Now you're going to get a certain amount of green, of course, because you're touching yellow to blue. Don't worry about it. Makes it pretty. There. See, that easy, you can make all kinds of little indications without really working a great deal. This is a lazy man's way of painting. I think painting should be fun and it should be easy. And then if you want to pursue art, you can get into those hard forms. But this is a good way to start out and just enjoy. Okay, I'm going to take the big brush. Shoot, that little fan brush is too slow. Let's go right back here into our yellows and sap greens. Be right back, get a little more green here. Okay, now then, let's begin working on the general lay of the land. And we said this was going to sort of go in this direction. So all I'm going to do is begin following the lay of the land, however you want the land to flow. And in my mind, this is a hill here. A little hill. And it just flows right down the side here. Just like so. And you can add all the little fall colors in there that you want. Okay, there. That's one of the simplest and nicest, most effective ways of making little grassy areas that I've ever found. There. Now then, maybe, tell you what, in this style of painting, you're always seeing things, so you want to change things. Tell you what, maybe, let's take some black, some brown, some little sap green into it, little alizarin crimson. Okay, let me clean my knife off. Now let's take our fan brush and load it full of paint, both sides. Just pull it right through the color. And maybe here and there lives, in your world, just a happy little evergreen tree out here on this hill. In your world, maybe there isn't an evergreen. If not, don't put it in. Don't worry about it. I just want to show you how. And then you make the big decision. See, there's one that lives down here on the hill. Let's give him a couple friends over here. And you just put as many or as few as you want. There. This is good practice, though, in making these little rascals. Let's go back, maybe right there. Just however many. And we have them sitting right out there on the hill. And we can take our big brush and just put a little bit of grass right down at their little foots. There. And see, that brings them right into the painting. They become part of the painting. Don't want them left out. Everybody wants to be part of the show. So put them little rascals in there and let them shine. You could even take and pick up a little bit of this dark color and pull it out, and it makes a nice shadow automatically. Look at that. Isn't that super? I knew you could do it. Now, let me find, we'll take a 1-inch brush and go right into some of this dark color. Same color that we used to make those little evergreen trees. I'll add some brown to it. Van Dyke brown. What the heck? Dark sienna too. There. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's some little trees that live. Maybe there's a whole line of them. Let's put a whole line of little trees that live right here. They just come right on down. Like so. See? All we're worried about is the tops. We don't care about their bottoms yet. There we go. All we're looking for is some nice color underneath. Okay, let's go back to that fan brush. We had so much fun making all those little things with a fan brush. Let's do a couple more. We'll use some red, some Indian yellow. Maybe these are some little trees that when the frost hits them, they really get bright. So let's just use a corner of the brush, push upward, and begin working on some basic little. These are still far away, but we want some basic shapes. Don't spend a lot of time worrying about individual shapes here, but begin to think about individuals. Let them shine out here in the sun. Some yellow ochre, cadmium yellow, all these bright, sparkly little colors. Just a whole line of happy little trees. And all I'm doing is using just the corner of the fan brush, pushing upward so that the paint comes off in that upward stroke. And practice this a little bit. You'll find you can do fantastic things just by using a little fan brush. There we go. Or you could do this with a 1-inch brush or 2-inch brush. There. Wherever you think these little things should live, that's where they will be. Okay. Now then, we can just straighten that all up. Like so. See, and that creates another plane in your painting. Just plane after plane after plane. And I'll go right into same old dirty brush. I didn't even bother to clean it. Right into the cad yellow and the yellow ochre. Like so. And because there was blue on that brush, this will turn a nice greenish color. Let's go back up here. Maybe there's a little grassy area that lives right here. All you have to do is just tap. Tap in layers, starting at farthest away and working forward, forward, forward. Like so. Like so. There they are. See there how easy that is? Okay. Then take the knife and back in here, maybe just cut just the indication of some little tree trunks. Just a few here and there. Sort of give some detail to all of that. I'm going to take a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed with it. And now we have to make some big decisions here. Where's the bank? Maybe it comes right along in here. Wherever you want it. Wherever. And it goes on up here. We don't know where it goes. Okay. Now then, let's put a couple of nice big trees in here. I'll use the same old dark color with some brown in it. Maybe there lives right here. Right here. Just a happy tree. And this is a pretty good sized tree. And I'm just using a 1-inch brush. Oh, right over my beautiful little foothills. But we'll stop a tree there so it doesn't kill all of them. Like so. Find another 1-inch brush. Tell you what. Take a little brown and a little white. We just use a small knife. I just want to put the indication of a little tree trunk right in there. A little brown. Then we just add a little white to it to highlight it. So it'll show up. Now then, I'm going to go right into using a 1-inch brush. Cad yellow, yellow ochre. All my yellows and a little touch of the reds and stuff. Tapping this brush. And tapping it and sort of sliding it at the same time. There, okay. Now then, let's put some nice highlights on this little tree. And all I'm doing is using just the corner of the brush and just barely tapping. Now form and shape are most important. Don't just throw this on at random. Think about the individual little limbs that live in this tree. Form and shape, form and shape. No matter how you put it on a tree, it's most important that you think how that tree's made. There. What makes it look like a tree? What makes it an individual? That's what you're looking to do. And we can bring a little bit of grass down here. Just like so. Just tapping. Okay, let me grab another fan brush. I'm going to dip that into a touch of the liquid white. Go right into titanium white. And I put the liquid white in there only to thin the paint. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now then, back in here, I'm going to put a little touch of water movement. Just a little water. Maybe there's a little tiny waterfall right there. And it hits and splashes just a little. This is just a calm little waterfall. It's not too much to it. There we go. And with that, we can clean up all these little bottom edges. Bring it all together. There, see? And there's little stones and rocks underneath there. Just barely can see. And they create little disturbances in the water. You can make them that easy. Okay. Let's have some fun now. Tell you what, let's bring the camera up here so we can see the whole thing. And I'm going to pull this oval off. Now, watch what happens. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? Now then, I like to break the borders with these ovals. They're so super the way they are. But I get crazy sometimes and like to do wild things. So I tell you what, let me find a big old 2-inch brush here. Let's put a big tree that lives outside the oval. We'll use that same old dark color we had, some Van Dyke brown. Now then, let's say our tree lives right about here. There. It's a big tree, strong, big old tree. There we go. Boy, look at this son of a gun go. Now, if you're not careful, this big tree, you can eat up your whole world with him. But I want him to go outside of the borders. Now, in your world, if you want this tree to stay inside the oval, that's perfectly all right. Anything that you want to do that makes you happy is right. There we go. All I'm doing now is putting in some dark so our light will show. And maybe that comes right on down here. And we don't know. Let's let it come right on around. Right on around. Like that. There. Okay. Now we can take a fan brush and put some brown on one side and white on the other. Whoops, and there we are. See, got white on one side, dark on the other. Okay. Let's go right up here and just draw that right through the tree, and we can put us a tree trunk right in there. That easy. And however many you want. Just drop a bit. And back to our 1-inch brush that had the color on it. And we'll just tap in. See, all we're doing here is just tapping. Just tapping. Like so. Okay, let's go right up here. And begin laying in some highlights on this tree. Just using the corner of the brush and worry about shape and form. Shape and form are extremely important. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but I want your tree to look the way you want it to look. So, really practice that. Devote a lot of practice time to creating shape in your tree. I know sometimes it looks like I just hit it random, but I really don't. Think like a tree. Go out in your front yard and spend some time with a tree. Make some friends with him. Talk to him. That's all right. Neighbors will think you're crazy, but who cares? Painters are expected to be a little different. So enjoy life and enjoy nature. It's so fantastic. Sometimes we spend half our life overlooking some of the most beautiful things. Because you see them every day, you have a tendency to overlook them. I'm adding a little sap green to this color, just to change its flavor. Maybe this is a different bush down here. So just give him all kinds of little arms, but that easy. You can create some of the most fantastic little things. And a little bit of something comes right down in here. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little brown, little white, mixed together. Maybe there's a little touch of land you can see right in here. See, let that run right on out of the painting. And it'll really make your painting so much more interesting. Like that. And you can clean that up with a little bit of grass right around, just to bring it all together. And with that, I think you got one fantastic painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Today I think we'll do a painting that I've had a lot of letters requesting. A lot of people have written and said, Bob, I'd like to know how to do a very simple little sunset. So I want to show you how to do that today. Let's go on up here and let me tell you what I've already got done. Today we have an 18 by 24 inch black canvas, and that's painted with a black gesso, and then the black gesso is allowed to dry. On top of that, I've covered the entire canvas with alizarin crimson, just a thin, even coat. And in the corners, we've put a little bit of Van Dyke brown just to darken it. And then a couple of places here, I've added a little bit of phthalo blue, just to have some little streaks. So I tell you what, let's start off and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Today I'm going to start with just plain titanium white on the 2-inch brush. And just add a little color to the brush by just tapping. Just a little, didn't take much. Now remember, the canvas is already covered with the alizarin crimson and the brown and a little touch of blue here and there. Not much blue, and keep the blue toward the top of the canvas. Okay? Now, immediately today we have to make a big decision. Normally we don't have to make any, but today we have to make a big decision. Basically, where's your horizon going to be? Because that will be the lightest area if this is going to be a sunset type painting. So let's make a decision and decide that right here, right along here, will be the horizon. And I'm just using little crisscross strokes and start in this light area and begin working outward. Just like so. But I'm using the brush like so, and then little strokes. Like, see, just little strokes. So it makes little patterns in here. Okay, and we can add a little more white here and there. And just begin laying in some happy little things here and there. Now there it hit a little bit of the blue, so you're going to get sort of a little lavender feel, and that's nice. That's very nice. There. Okay. Now this is a fantastic painting to do for friends. And don't tell them you've put anything on the canvas and they see you starting out with just white paint and you start putting this on and all of these beautiful colors appear and they think you're magic. So try that. You'll enjoy it. There we go. We have teachers that travel all over the country, and I have them do paintings where they start out like this. People don't know they have anything on the canvas, and then they start just adding plain old white, and all these beautiful colors appear. And immediately they have an audience that, they stay with them for a long time. There we go. And we want this to be the brightest area right in here. But isn't that a fantastic sky already? You could leave it just like that if you wanted to and have a winter. Okay, and then just use long strokes just to sort of bring it all together. Okay, I love these black canvases. Some of the most exciting effects in this technique happen. There. Okay, now then, let me wash my brush. And we wash our brush, as you know, with odorless thinner. Get rid of that excess. And beat the devil out of it. Tell you what, let's go right into a little touch of the cadmium yellow. Just a small amount of paint on the brush. Just tap a little in there. Okay, let's go right back up here. Maybe right here, I'll add a little yellow. There you go. You wonder where the yellow went. There it is. That's where it went. And just sparkle this area here. Now we don't want to let this go up too high. We have a little bit of blue on the canvas up in here. we don't want to let that yellow get up into that blue. If it does, you're going to have a bright green sky, and then you're going to be upset with me. Don't want you to be unhappy. I'm going to add a touch of yellow ochre. And we can just add a little of that here and there. But still using that little, sort of like just let it sort of rock back and forth. And it creates all kinds of happy little things in the sky. Maybe up in here, just to change the color. We're getting very close to that blue there, so be careful. Isn't that an unbelievable little sky? And it's so simple. It really is one of the easiest skies to do, because all your color is done beforehand. You put all that crimson on there, and it just works for you. And that black gesso holds it so well. And the black gesso is designed specifically for this type of painting. Works good. Okay, now then, very lightly go across the entire sky. And we can wash our brush one more time. Get rid of that excess. Shake it off. Then we're in business again. Okay, now then, we'll use the little fan brush. And I'm going to go into a little touch of blue. Phthalo blue. Phthalo blue. And a lot of alizarin crimson. Proportionately, much, much more crimson than the blue. Much, much more. In case we hit yellow, we don't want it to turn green. Now, if you're not sure what color you have there, add a little white to yours and put a little over here and add a little white. You can tell exactly what you have. Okay, now then, let's have just some little floater clouds around here. And just sort of, still using that same little stroke, just let some of these little things just sort of float around. Let them have fun. See, wherever you want them to go. Maybe there's some little ones that they come right down into that bright spot. Wherever. Here's a little one over here. I see it. There it is. So you just sort of make these things up in your mind and let them drop in. Maybe right in here. There's one. There's an old big one that just sort of floats around. See how you can create the illusion of all kinds of beautiful effects. Just like so. You need these dark ones to make that color stand out. Just like so. There we are. That's just phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. That's all there is to it. Now back to our big brush. Make sure it's dry. You want a dry brush for this. If you take a wet brush and go over this, the color is going to mix together, and you're going to be living in Mud City. It'll all turn to mud on you, and we don't want that. We want to keep these colors vibrant and happy and just beautiful. Be sure your brush is dry. I can't say that enough. You might want to run it against some paper towels or something just to make sure. There we go. And all we're doing here is still just following those little, I don't know what we want to call it, maybe little rocking strokes, like so. Like that. But isn't that a super way to make a very, very nice sky? You have to wear your sunglasses when you look at this one. But already you have the feeling of a sunset and all these clouds rolling through there. And you can do it. All right. Now then, maybe I want to keep this painting quite easy. In case this is your first time painting with us, this is a good one to do. So let's take some black and crimson and some phthalo blue. We'll just mix all these colors together. Let me wipe my knife off. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's go with our fan brush and load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Load both sides full. All right, let's go up here. Now, right here, where we decided our horizon would be, we're going to begin tapping in some basic little tree shapes. Look like little trees far away. And allow it to pick up some of that color. So some of them's lighter in the background. It looks like a light shining through. Don't fight this. It'll happen automatically. But sometimes we have a tendency to want to make it darker and darker. Let some of those remain lighter. It really will enhance your painting. There we go. That's one of those happy accidents. Let them happen. And we'll just let that go right on out like so. See, and that easy. We have the indication of some distant trees that are just living far away. There. And you can have as many or as few as you want. Now, one thing that I notice when people first start is they'll put these trees too far apart like this, and they end up looking like fence posts. Should that happen, all you need to do is just add some little things in between, and it'll bring them together and make them look pretty good. There. And where we want this to go. There we go. Maybe here and there a real dark one. This might be a little bit closer. Now the super way of making the indication of some little tree trunks that live back in here without doing a lot of work. Show you how to do that. That's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Let me find another fan brush. I have several of each brush going here, so I don't have to waste all of my time cleaning. I like cleaning those brushes. I'm going to just pull, just barely tap a little tiny bit of white into the brush. Just a little bit. See, none on that side. Just a little bit. Now, if we want to make this look like little trunks that are far away, just take it lightly, pull up. Just lightly pull up. Very light. Color shows up so much stronger on these black canvases. Just lightly. Here and there, there's light coming through, and you can see those little trunks that are far away. If you happen to get one that's too light, it's too bright, all you have to do is just go over it 2 or 3 times. And that dark color that we have underneath will just eat it up, and it'll go away. See, and already you have thousands of little tree trunks, and you haven't hardly done a thing. And that's the joy of painting. There. That's a pretty little painting already. Okay, I'll wash my fan brush. And that we just wash in the thinner, then wipe it on a paper towel. Like so. Now then, let me find, here's an old dirty 2-inch brush. We'll just use it. Now I want to begin creating some little grassy areas back here and create the lay of the land. So I'll take this brush. It has a little bit of that dark color on it. Doesn't matter. And I'm going to go right into some yellow. Let me reach up here and get some green. I'll be right back. There we are. A little touch of the sap green. But now, tap downward with that brush. See? Do it slow so you can see. Tap. Let it slide a little bit. There. Okay. Now then, you have to make another big decision here. Where is our lay of the land? How does the land flow in this painting? Is there a hill here? I think there is. Maybe I'll have a little water. You know me, I love water. So all you got to do is decide where you want your land to be and just start tapping. Just tapping. Like so. Now in reality, if you had a sunset this bright, chances are this wouldn't be quite this green. But it looks better. All these beautiful colors. And you know, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get an artist's license. And that license says you can do anything that you want to do on this canvas. Maybe not anywhere else, but on this canvas, your artist's license gives you complete freedom. So we'll do that. And all I'm doing here is just tapping. There. Now if you get one that's too bright, continue to tap it. And once again, the color underneath will be picked up and automatically will get darker. I'm adding a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow here and there. Maybe we'll even touch a little bright red. Just however. But begin thinking about a lay of the land. I know I say that over and over, but to me in a painting, that's very important. It's most important to have your land flow the way you want it to. Normally, if you have water, Water is lazy. It's like me. It lays in a recessed area, so you need a hill or something here to show that there's a recessed area, a reason for the water being down there instead of up here. So, and you're not too worried about where you go here. We're going to have some reflections in this water, so anything that we don't like, we'll turn it into reflections. Boy, I wish you could do that in the real world. But anyway, this is our world here, so we can do it here. Okay. And we just keep on this little hill. But isn't that fantastic? Look at the way the land flows there. And the more you tap this, the darker and the softer it'll become. But it'll get very, very soft. Looks like velvet if you try. You can make little grassy areas that, oh, it's just some place you want to go and run through barefooted. Okay, you ever had any places like that? Let me wash this brush. There goes the studio again. Okay, now then, if we're going to have some reflections under here, I'll go right into some yellow, right into the cat yellow. Just tap a little on the brush. It doesn't matter how you load it. Now you have to make another big decision. Where's your reflections going to live? If you want them right here, touch and pull straight down. Just grab it and pull straight down. Think about how the land would be underneath this grass, though. Just pull it straight down. Whew. Boy, hope you got your sunglasses on today. That's a bright son of a gun. Beautiful. And maybe this water goes, we'll let it go right on up here. Now, the more you rub this, the darker it'll get because it's picking up the crimson and the other colors underneath all the time. It's continually picking them up. There. Now, maybe into here, we want that to be the brightest. Now, if you want to in your world, you could even take a little bit of titanium white and add to it and make it even brighter. See, now, you remember what I was telling you? Anything you don't like, you can turn into reflection. See, if you wanted to grab that, look at there. Of course, now I have to do it all the way across. But anything that you want, you can change to reflections here. Okay, if you want to add a little the titanium white, see how that makes it sparkle? Be sparingly on that. Be sparing. Not too much. Don't want to overkill. Okay, now, very lightly, come straight across. Even though this is going uphill, it's a tendency to go this way. Come straight across. See, just enough to wiggle it. You can move this and ripple it. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? You can create water that easy. Now then, let's go back. I'm going to take a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, a little white. We just mix that together. And you don't have to worry about over-mixing it, just like so. Cut off our little roll of paint that we use all the time, like so. Now then, come in here and you can begin making big decisions. Where's our water lines? And very lightly, just scrubbing, you can begin putting a little bank, a little shoreline. Just let it work its way right around. That's all there is to it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do anything. There it comes. Okay, just see there, wherever you want it. Okay. Now maybe over here on the other side, we need some things happening over here too. We don't want this. I'll go back to this big brush. Shoot, it's faster. We'll go right into our dark color, like so. Now then, we'll just use the corner of this brush, and let's begin making some big decisions. Maybe the other side is over here, and there's little grassy things that live right out here, like that. See, just close that in, turn it into a little stream or a little river. It lives right down here. Whatever you want it to be. I tell you what, let's get crazy. Add a little more color here. I ran out of color. While we got this big old brush going, let's just get crazy with it. Maybe there lives a great big huge tree, right? Let's see, maybe that tree comes. Oh my gosh. When I said big tree, I mean big tree. Didn't realize it was going to be that big, but that's all right. Whatever. Like, see, and I want it to sort of tilt, sort of lead your eye into the painting. And nature didn't make all of its trees perfectly straight. Trees grow any way that makes them happy. And that one grew right on off the canvas. There. Okay. Now then, maybe, I'll tell you what. When you're painting like this, a lot of times you look at a painting and you begin seeing things. You might not have planned them when you began this painting, but they happen. And learn to use whatever you see in your mind, because very quickly, if you do much practicing, you'll learn to compose as you go along. And maybe right down here there's a little peninsula of land that just sort of floats around. Just comes out there like so. And there's a little touch of highlight sparkling across there. This is just a little, tiniest little bit of white, but tiniest little bit. Tiny little bit, a little bit of dark underneath. Just sort of set it down into the water. See there? Create a little shadow underneath it. Then we can put a little tiny water line under there. Let that just sort of, maybe the water just bounces and plays right there. It's a little slow stream, it just has fun. Just plays and meanders along here. There. This is a little cad yellow with white, just to sparkle the water here and there. Okay. Now then, let's use the knife today. We could do this with a fan brush or a knife, whatever. I'm going to take Van Dyke Brown and just cut off a little roll of paint. There it is. Now then, maybe there's a nice tree trunk that goes right up through this big old tree. And if a tree's crooked, chances are, so is the trunk. We'll have two. And because this is so dark, you really don't have to put nothing but an outline. A little brown and white. It's the same color I was using for the little land areas. Put a few little indications here and there of a trunk. Maybe a little touch of white right on the edge, just where the light's really striking. To really sparkle it. And we can come back. Let's use a 1-inch brush today. What the heck? Take a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, all the colors. I'll get over here and get some bright red too. What the devil? Okay, now then, let's put some happy little limbs that live right out here on this tree, little leaves. Oh, boy, them son of a guns are sparkling. Now, you've heard me over and over say, and I'll repeat it one more time, think about form and shape when you're doing this. Don't just throw these in at random. Think about all the little shapes. See there? All the little clumps. Let them sparkle. Let the sun shine through here. Use your artist's license. Even if they get a little too bright, it's all right. They're pretty. So pretty. Like that. There. See? Look at all them son of guns. And you can put as many or as few as you want in your world. Just drop them in. Like that. Okay, maybe down in here. Let's highlight some of these little things. There we go. Ooh, boy, that's a beautiful little sparkler there. Just drop them in. Now see, by putting some of these in front of that dirt area that we built, that'll push that right back. It's over the hill. We can't even see that. Now, maybe in here there's some little land areas. Just at random, wherever you want them. A few little dirt areas showing. That's just the brown and white that we use to make all the little colors. All the little banks and stuff. I mean, there. There's another little bush. Now think of individuals here. Don't just throw these in at random. You'll be unhappy with me. Think of individual little bushes that live here and there. Give each one of them a name if necessary. I know that's a little crazy, but it's all right. It's our world. We can do that if we want to. Tell you what, I got a few minutes left here, so let's have some fun. Let's put us a happy little cabin over here. Shoot, this is such a pretty scene. You need a place to live. There's one side. There's the other side. Now in your painting, if you don't want a little cabin, don't put it in. You can put anything in your world that you want. I just want to show you how to do some of these things. And I just think this would be a super place to have a little cabin and sit and enjoy these beautiful sunsets. Let's use a little red, a little white, maybe a little yellow ochre. We'll make that sun again bright on the front. Whew. Sun striking there and all those beautiful colors are reflecting on that little cabin. And on the other side, we'll just use a little brown and white. It's not very dark. I mean, very light. It's in the shadow. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. Make a door. And we can take a little bit of brown on the knife and just cut through. Put us some little slabs on that cabin. There. Nice little side. And we'll come right down. Let me grab a little red, little dark sienna, a little touch of white, a little yellow ochre. And let's come right down this side here. And just let this knife bounce. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Gotta make that little noise. See? And over here on the other side, a little touch of white with a little red in it, just to make that edge stand out a little so you can really see it. Like so. Then we can take our big brush, put some grass around his little foots, knife with a little brown, add in a little path, and I think your painting's about finished. Let's call this one done. I hope you enjoyed this one. This will teach you how to make a very simple sunset that'll work for you. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hello. I'm truly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Good. Tell you what, let me show you what I've done up here. I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size canvas you want for your painting, and I've covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all ready to go. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with a titanium white and working around. And while they're doing that, shoot, let's go on up here and get started. Then we'll start with just a small amount. I'll tell you what, let's start with a little tiny, tiny touch of the bright red. And you need very little of this color. It's quite strong. There we go. Just tap a little into the bristles. Now then, I thought today we'd do just a warm, happy little painting. It's such a super day. So let's just take and make little crisscross strokes. And let's just lay in, there we go, just a little bit of pink in the sky. Little touch of pink. Now be very careful. This red is so strong, it'll look like there's a fire in the sky. So use a very small amount, very small amount. You can always add more, but it's a son of a gun to try to take it out. You can if you have to, but it's hard to do. There we go. And this is continually blending with the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter. Allow the liquid white to work for you. Okay? And as I say, you can make it any degree of brightness that you want. Now then, without even cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue and just tap a little bit of that into the bristles. Just a small amount. Once again, these colors are very strong. It takes very little paint. Okay? Now then, still using the little crisscross strokes, let's just begin laying in some light blue areas around this pink. You just sort of let your imagination go here, and you decide where you want it to be. See? Just like so. Just let it blend together. But don't cover up your pink. The blue is many, many times stronger than the pink. It'll just eat it up and leave you with a totally blue sky. Okay, maybe over in here we want a little bit. Like so. Let's see how you can take this. Let's just do it right here. You can take this blue and go right over the pink, and away it goes. It'll just go in and leave you. There. Okay, maybe you want to put the indication here and there of just a happy little cloud that floats out here. All you have to do is take some of this and just tap it. See? And you can bring all kinds of little projections out into your sky, wherever you want them. Wherever. Tell you what, maybe over in here. Shoot, let's have some bigger ones over in here. Just sort of let them just work off the brush. Just have fun with it. Enjoy. I say over and over again, and I'm very sincere about it, painting should make you happy. Should just make your heart full of joy. Now, very lightly here, all we have to do is just blend all this, and you can bring all this together. Okay. Now then, while we have that blue on the brush, you know me and my water. I'm crazy about water. So let's take a little of the blue, just tap a little on there, and let's go right down here. I don't know exactly where we're going to have water yet, but let's just lay some on. Anything that we don't want, we'll just cover up. Because this is our world here, and we can create any kind of illusion that we want. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. And it's very good to keep that in mind. It'll get you over worrying about maybe I've done something wrong, or just enjoy it. Okay, we'll wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. I'm going back into a little touch of the bright red. And maybe right in here, in this area I left light, I'll put a little tiny amount of the red. Takes very little color. And we'll let a little of that sky color just reflect right down in here. And then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air, we can blend all this together. And in the sky, you can blend this where the blue and the pink come together. Just blend it until you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. Just using little crisscross strokes. See? Just very soft. And when you're doing this at home, stand back and take a look-see. Sometimes when you're right up close, it's hard to tell exactly what something looks like. Stand back and look at it. Move back maybe 5-6 feet. There we go. Okay, and that quick, we have a nice little sky. It's a very simple sky, and you can do it with absolutely no problem. Let's make a little mountain today. And today, let's make a mountain that looks like it's far, far off in the distance. And one of the ways you do that is by size. So I'm going to take some black, midnight black, some Van Dyke brown, and we'll put a little alizarin crimson into it. Black, brown, and a little crimson. Pull that out as flat as you can get it. Really get strong with it. And then take your knife and just cut across. That's all there is to it. And you get that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now then, you have to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? Once again, we want to keep these mountains quite small. So let's go right up in here and say maybe there's a little peak that lives there. Comes right on up. See, wherever you want it here. And you're using a lot of pressure. Get tough with it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and your hostilities. There. Just really push this right into the fabric. There we go. Okay, scrape off all the excess paint. The value or the color is going to be in the material. You can't get it off now if you want it off. It's the sun we're going to try to get that off. Okay, now with our big brush, grab it and just firmly pull it. Just pull it. Because it's wet underneath, the paint will move, it'll slide. See there? This is also a good way to lay out your highlights and shadows without being committed. You can sort of see here where your brush strokes go. It gives you an idea of how your mountain's going to look. And then we'll just blend the base of it out till it just floats there in the sky. We want it to just look like it's just hanging up here in the mist. And now we can come back and begin putting in all of our little highlights and stuff. And today, we'll use a small knife, some dark sienna. Dark sienna. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a little bright red and put in there. Maybe at least a little touch of yellow ochre. And pull it out very flat. Don't over mix it. Leave it sort of marbled. Maybe even a little white here and there. See, that way you have all these colors happening. Then cut across and you get that little roll of paint. But all those various color mixtures are also in that little roll of paint. Now then, no pressure. No pressure. Just let the knife float right down the mountain. No pressure at all. See there? Absolutely no pressure. And we can take and just grab a little of that. And all we're doing here is using a clean knife and sort of rubbing that a little. I want to pull a little of that color down. We can add a little touch of blue here and there to give it a little shadow effect. And just let it drift right on down. Now then, with a large brush, I'm going to tap that. I want to create mist because I want to push that part of the mountain back. You can play little games when you're doing mountains. You can push parts of it way back into the distance. But the way you do that is with these misty areas down here at the base. Now then, when we bring another layer over the top here, we'll start right here. Just let that slide right on down. When you bring this one down, directly in front, it'll look like it's in the foreground. See, and you get all these different colors just sort of happening. Just sort of happening here. And don't fight them. There we picked up quite a bit of white. Just sort of let these things happen. There. Okay. Now then, once again, I want to mist this area. Just create that little soft misty area. And with some of our dark color, we can go back in here and create some heavy dark shadows in there if we want to. See there? Isn't that fantastic? It's a super easy, nice way to make some very effective little mountains. I tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a little peak it lives right there. You know that. Maybe there. And we just sort of let it come right in front. But see how now it pushes all that back. And you can do this and just create layer after layer after layer of mountains. I was going to have a small mountain here and it just keeps growing. But that's all right. That's the way to learn. Make a lot of mountains, practice over and over. If there's a secret to this technique or to any technique of painting, it's practice. Devote some time to practice. You know, I sincerely believe you can have anything in this world that you want if you're willing to pay the price. And the price for this is practice. That's all. Anybody can do it if you're willing just to spend a little time practicing. And you'll be amazed at how quick it works for you. There. Now then, maybe today on this little mountain, tell you what, maybe there's some little grassy things that grow up here. I just use this little 2-inch brush. Take a little sap green, a little yellow, and just tap it. Just tap, like so. Okay. Now maybe there's some nice little grassy areas that grow right up the side of this mountain. Look at there. But follow the angles in that mountain. That's most important. There we go. A little yellow ochre and Indian yellow added here and there. Shoot. This one here, we'll just let it drift right on off. And you're picking up the mountain color and just mixing with that, so it all looks like it flows together and it's all natural. Looks right. There. Okay. And we can just let that grow and grow. And every once in a while, pick up a little dark color and work that in too. So there's differences. There's light and there's dark. And you can always go back and add more little bumps and rocks and stones. See there? It's that easy. You can just continually add all these little things. A little touch of highlight here and there so it stands out. Now then, with the same colors, we can grab that, just the base of it, and begin blending that out. See? And from the other side, there it goes. And all of a sudden that little projection, he fits in there. He belongs. Everybody needs to belong somewhere. There. Okay. Make a little darker green here. Same colors, but a little darker green. And we'll sort of let that go up the back side here. But you can just set a beautiful mountain right out here in this little grassy areas without very much problem. Like so. Okay. And the more you tap this, the softer it'll get. You can make it, I think I've mentioned before, you can make it to where it looks absolutely like velvet. Just a nice place to sit and look at some of nature's masterpieces. I get carried away here sometime. Now I tell you what, let's put some reflections under that. I'll go right into, we'll use a little black, a little blue, and just a couple of colors here on the brush, just tapping. Now then, decide where you want your reflections to be. And grab and pull straight down. It's important that you pull straight down. Just give it a little pull. Reflections used to drive me crazy, and now they're one of the easiest things that we do. There we go. Because on this wet canvas, the paint will move. And you can make it as dark or as light as you want. Now very lightly, just go across. This will give it the shimmer, the glitter. It looks like water. And that easy, you have instant reflections. There we go. Isn't that fantastic? Now we take a little touch. We'll use some Van Dyke brown. A little tiny bit of dark sienna into it. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint again. That little roll of paint is so important. It really will pay you great dividends if you practice and learn to load the knife correctly. And just get in the habit of loading it that same way each time. See? And that easy, you can just scrub in a little bit of land out here. All I'm doing is just sort of scrubbing. There. I think I'll put a big tree over there so I don't have to worry about that. Now then, a little bit of liquid white. You know me and my big trees. I like big trees. I'm going to take a liquid white and just lay in the indication of a little water line under this land area. Like so. And act like you're trying to cut a hole in the canvas. There we are. And sometimes maybe you like to have a little, just indication of a little ripple here and there. All you do is just cut some across. But all of them should remain basically straight. If they're not straight, then they're going to look like they're going to run right out of your painting. So, tell you what, let's go into some of this dark color we had left. Pick up some Van Dyke brown. We'll get a little sap green there too. What the heck? Mainly dark colors, so that's what you're looking for. And it's time to make some big decisions in your world. I tell you what, tell you what, maybe right here, there's a landmass. So we'll start off, and there's some trees and shrubs and stuff that live out. There we go. There we go. See there? Just sort of let these things happen. Just sort of look at your painting and decide where you want a tree to live. I think maybe a tree would be very happy if he lived right out here. So that's a good place to put him. Just sort of look around in your world and decide where you think where a tree would be happy. Or a bush. Or a house. Just sort of look around. Yeah, then. We'll have another tree right here. We need to cover up that area. It's important to me to leave a little bit of this showing through. So I want to leave that showing through. That way you can see distance behind this. Maybe this tree maybe he just comes to right there. And underneath here, this will be reflections. And we're not committed yet. We can make these reflections anywhere we want them. Just take a clean 2-inch brush and pull straight down wherever you decide reflection should be and go across. That easy. Got instant reflections. Now then, we can take we'll just use the fan brush today. I'll take a little dark sienna and a little white, just mixed together. And let's just draw this through the tree. And we'll make a little tree trunk. Maybe we can only see a little bit of that one. It goes on off the canvas. Maybe this one has 2 in it. Who knows? You put as many or as few as you want. Now we need some nice leaves on there to brighten it up. So I'll take the 1-inch brush. Dade, you could do this with a 2-inch brush or fan brush. I'm going to tap it into some color, like so. Just tapping and sort of giving a little push. See, tap, give it a little push. Okay? Now then, let's go up here and use just the corner of the brush and just begin laying in some beautiful little leaves. Worry about shape and form here. I know you've heard me say that over and over, but it's important. Shape and form. Don't just throw these on at random. There. Little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, cad yellow, sap green. I like to just vary these colors over and over. There's a million different colors you can make. Okay, and maybe a little touch of the bright red to that. Get it to sparkle a little. Put a few little highlights on this little son of a gun over here. Don't want him left out. And a little more of the green. And maybe down here on these bushes, you can use this brush or whatever. Whatever. Put all kinds of little things in. And just vary the colors. There. And you can reflect a little of this into the water. Like so. And take your large brush and very lightly just graze it. Give it a little downward pull and go across. And it gives the indication of some reflections in there. Just enough to make it nice. We can go back to our Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixture. And let's put in a happy little land area underneath here. In the same way as we did up here, we just scrub this in. Just act like you're trying to rub it right through. Wherever you want it. A little bit of the liquid white. And with that, we can put in just a little waterline underneath. There we go. Take a clean knife and you can go back in here. Normally in the dark areas in between these bushes, and just put in the indication of little sticks and twigs, and helps create the illusion of depth in your painting and distance between each bush. We need something over here. Let's get crazy. We'll use them same old colors we had. Some sap green, some black, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, whatever you got. Okay, let's go right up in here and make a big decision. Maybe, there it is. we're going to have a big something that lives right here. And all you have to do is just start out and tap in a basic shape. Boy, that son of a gun's growing on me there. And that's all right. It's really the way to learn. Just throw them in, don't worry about them. And then make a painting out of it. Used to, when I was teaching, I would have students just take and sort of turn their head away from the canvas and hit it with a big gob of color. And from that, their project for the day was to make a beautiful painting. That's one of the most fantastic ways I've ever found to learn just how to compose paintings and to work with anything that happens. Try that sometime. If you have an old canvas at home, just sock some color on it and go from that and turn it into a beautiful painting. You'll love what happens. Okay. Go back to my fan brush we used to make the trunk. And let's tell you what, let's have a trunk that lives right there. Have to make those little noises or it don't work. Maybe this one's, he's got a crook in him. Get tired of seeing all of them just be perfectly straight. We can take paint thinner, a little Van Dyke brown, and here and there add the indication of a few little limbs that are living here. See, wherever you want them. Or as many or as few. There. See there? And if you have trouble making your paint flow, then it means your paint is just, it's not quite thin enough. Remember our golden rule, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. I'm back to my 1-inch brush here. Just going to tap some color into it, like so. A little bright red, a little yellow ochre, cad yellow. And let's go right up in here and put some nice little things that live out here on this tree. Once again, work with form and shape. Oh, I know you're tired of that. But if you're out here selling paintings, that's what brings that happy buck home. Is these individual shapes and forms. There. Up here on this one, a few little things. Don't want him left out. Shoot, these son of a guns will get mad if you don't treat them all the same. They all want some beautiful little leaves and some bright sparkles on them. There we go. The other thing that will help in your painting, leave some dark areas underneath. There's usually a big shadow because all this stuff down here stops the light. So leave some shadows or some darker areas underneath. It'll help create that illusion of deep, dark areas. Now then we can begin. Oh, maybe there's some happy little bushes that live right in here, wherever you want them. And you can just sort of drop these in. Ooh, there's a nice one. There's a nice one. Okay, like so. Just wherever. And layer them. Put the ones as farthest away and work forward. That creates the illusion of distance. And here and there you can take a little brown and just lay it in, see, make it look like there's a little dirt showing. And then put some happy little bushes all around that. Isn't that something? The old clock on the wall is telling me it's about time to go for today. But I really hope you enjoyed this painting. It'll teach you a great deal. Make you become very comfortable with the equipment and allow you to experience the joy of painting. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hello, I'm truly glad you joined me today because today we're going to do something a little bit different and I believe you're going to really enjoy this one. Let me tell you what I've done up here. I've taken just a plain old canvas, stretch canvas, and I've covered this whole area here with black gesso, as you can see. And I've allowed that to dry completely. And then all this area I have covered with a mixture of phthalo blue, sap green, and a little touch of Van Dyke brown in it just to dull it down. And then we've just taken a 2-inch brush and put this all over. I'm going to do a nice dark painting today. So in paintings like this, all this big dark area here, you can use the black gesso and it's already done for you. Let's start off and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let's go on up here and get finished. I'm just using a 2-inch brush to apply this base color on here. And maybe I'll have some big limbs hanging out here so we can begin working on some basic shapes. This is just liquid white up in this portion, plain canvas, nothing on it. And see, maybe up in here, maybe we're going to have a big tree. So we can just take the color that's left on the brush and just tap in a basic shape of a big happy tree that lives right up in here. And all we're doing is using the corner of the brush and tapping it down. All we're looking for, once again, is very, very basic shapes. We're not looking for detail at this point. Later on, we'll worry about that. There. And a little bit more of that color. Shoot, who knows? Maybe we can have one over here too, wherever you want them. I want this to look like it's deep in the woods. Beautiful little place just to play and hide. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Take a fan brush today. We'll go into a least little touch of the cadmium yellow. Get a little yellow ochre also. We'll use them together, yellow ochre and cad yellow. Let's go back up here. I want to have some spots back here where it looks like light shining through. So take the brush and get mean with it. Just go in here and hit and turn it. Now there's green on the canvas, and blue, so you're going to get all these pretty little colors that just show through. And here and there, pick up a little white. See how that lightens it up? Makes all kinds of effects. So you have white, cad yellow, yellow ochre. But just hit here and there, just at random, and spin the brush. Keep it moving. Don't let that son of a gun go to sleep on you. Keep it moving. Then we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and very lightly, I'm just going to lift that up and down. Just as easy as it can be. There. And hopefully, if everything works right, that'll look like there's a little bit of light shining through a lot of trees when we're done. So let's get another fan brush. I have several of them going here, and we'll go into straight midnight black. Load a lot of paint into the bristles, both sides. Okay, now back in here, all we do is just tap downward and begin putting the indication of little trees that live far, far away back here. These are far back in the distance, so we're not looking for a lot of detail. There. Isn't that sneaky? And just sort of stagger the trees around. You know, trees grow, they grow however makes them happy. So just wherever you think there should be a tree, that's where you should be. Then we can take our script liner brush with paint thinner on it and go right into some black. And we want to thin this paint till it's literally like ink. And with that, just here and there, put the indication of little limbs that are growing out of these trees. I'm not looking for a lot of detail. Once again, I think I'll probably put some big trees in front of this and we'll cover up a lot of this. There. See, just let that paint flow on there. Like so. While I have that old brush going, I'm going to add a little brown to it. So I have Van Dyke brown and midnight black. And a little more paint thinner. Okay, maybe right here in this big old tree, it needs a trunk. So we'll just pull that right on up through. You can go from the large part up or from the small part down, whichever way works best for you. Try it both ways. Some people find one way works better, and some find the other way works. We're each different, and just test it, see how it works for you. Just an indication here and there of a few little limbs and sticks. Shoot, maybe back over here you can make out some little things that are happening. I don't want these too distinct. These are just little indications back in there. All kinds of pretty little things happening way back in the distance. Maybe there's even one that goes back there. Wherever you think they should be. In your world, that's exactly where they should be. Okay. Now then, tell you what, we'll just use a 1-inch brush there. You could do it with any brush, but we'll use a 1-inch. I'm going to go into, we'll take some of that dark color. We'll go into some yellow. We'll use all the different yellows. Indian yellow, yellow ochre, cad yellow. And we'll just tap in a little bit of color. Just tap the brush though, like that. Okay. Now maybe there's a few little highlights on these trees that are way back in here. Once again, I don't want too much detail back here. It'll destroy that illusion of distance. Just a little. Just where little lights shining through there and playing and the little leaves are sparkling. That's all we're looking for. There. This black gesso is fantastic for, as I mentioned earlier, for areas that you have a lot of dark in paintings. Save you a lot of time. There. And it's designed specifically for this type of painting. So it works good. There, maybe over here on this tree there's a few little things. Just wherever you want them. Hope you like this little painting. I continually try to bring you new and different things so you don't get bored with it. Not only in painting do I try to bring you new things, but also in equipment. I'm continually designing new and different pieces of equipment that help make painting easier, so you get the best results. And I hope you enjoy them. Here I'm just going to start with some individual little bushes and begin dropping in some highlights. But work with form. Over and over I say that. Work with form and shape. There we go. Lights coming through here and just zinging down. Have fun. There. But see how easy it is? This is just tapping. So all you have to do is just tap. Maybe this one here, oh, you just barely can make out a little bit on him. There. I designed this tapping because people were having so much trouble trying to push upward with the brush and making it work. So this is a lot easier. You'll find it, anybody can do this with almost no practice. The thing to spend time with is worrying about shape and form. That's where it happens. Okay, well I got some of that dark green on here. Let's begin putting in some of the dark areas on these big limbs that are back in here. This is very dark green. And this is where we start laying out some of our basic form and shape. Look at that. And we're just using the corner of the brush, just tapping downward. That easy. There. Okay, maybe, there it is. There it is. You knew it was there. There's one there. We'll come back later. Maybe we'll brighten those highlights up some. You can make them as bright or as dark as you want them. And maybe over in here, there's some basic little shapes that live in there and play way back here in the dark. Just think about limbs that are projecting in all kind of directions. Isn't that a beautiful way though to make deep in the woods effect? And you can do this with any color on the black canvas. It works super, any transparent color. And the way to tell if a color is transparent enough to do this with is just rub a little bit on your black canvas. If it still looks black, then your color is transparent enough for what we're doing here. And as soon as you rub some on a black canvas, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying if it didn't make any sense now. Okay, now then, maybe, you know me, I love water, so maybe we'll have a little bit of water in here. So I'm going to start off and have a little land back here first, and we'll use this old dirty brush, this old 2-inch brush, and I'll just tap right into some of my cad yellow and sap green and yellow ochre and all those colors, all the yellows, and decide where your land area is going to be. Look at there. See? Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? Beautiful little soft grassy area. Just by tapping with a big old brush. Just begin forming the lay of the land, the way the land flows. There. Okay. And maybe up in here, maybe in your world, there's a little bit of light shining through there. The sunbeam's just zinging through there and it's having a good time. Go right into titanium white. Just a little touch of titanium white. And then come back and just sparkle that where you want the sun to really zing through and shine. Just sparkle. Now for it to be effective, don't overdo. It's easy, because it starts looking so nice, it's easy to do too much. Don't overdo. Just a little bit here and there is extremely effective. Too much will bother you. Okay. And just all kinds of little shapes. See the little dark areas in between these? That's what separates them. That's your friend. Take care of it. Treat it nice. Don't hurt that. And let it get darker, darker, darker back here in these trees and the woods and stuff. Darker, darker, darker. So it looks like there's big shadows. Okay. There we go. Just bring it right on out wherever you want it. And this is just done by tapping. That's all there is to it. All you're doing is just tap, tap, tap. Just like the old tap dancers did. That's all you have to do. Tap out a happy little tune here and let it go. Okay, we said we was going to have some water. Let me get another brush. And let's have some water right into here. So I'm going to go right into some titanium white. And just pull a little bit onto the brush. Okay, now we have color on the canvas. So decide where your water lives. Touch the canvas and pull straight down. Just sort of give it a little snap, pull downward. And because it's wet underneath, it'll mix with that color and you automatically get all these effects. You don't have to worry about them. They just happen. There we go. And the more of the titanium white paint you put on your canvas, the brighter this will be. So you have to make some big decisions here. How bright do you want it? I would suggest that since this is your brightest area on the land, it also be the brightest area in your water. There now, very lightly come across. Just enough to give it a water effect. Don't want to destroy. And you can push this. You can push it and pull it and give it the impression that the water is shimmering. There we go. Now, I'm going to take some more of a dark color here. I'll just use this little brush. And maybe there's another little peninsula of land over here, because we want that maybe to go around and sort of hide back there somewhere. So all I'm doing is tapping on some dark color. Into that, we'll add some highlights. There we go. Okay, and back to my little highlight brush. And you can do it once again with a 1 or 2 inch brush, whatever's handy. See? And put our little highlights on. See, in my world, if a light's shining through there, this is going to be quite bright in here. But then it's very quickly over the other side of this hill here, it's going to get darker, 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 so you use less and less pressure. Here, you're just barely touching the canvas. You just caress it, barely touching. Very gentle, very, very gentle. And then if we want to have a little reflection of there, we'll take a little of our titanium white and pull it down. Just help sparkle it up some. Pull it straight down and go across. And once again, you can wiggle parts of it here and there, wherever you want it. And that easy. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's start putting some land masses in there. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown, dark sienna, titanium white. We'll just mix that together about like so. Don't overmix it. Just about like so. Just pull it through and leave it. Cut off a little roll of paint. Just a small amount of paint. And let's go right up in here. And wherever we think land should be, then let's just put in a little touch of land there. Just really scrub it in. Maybe it comes right around there, and there's some more. A little roll of paint though. Okay, maybe here. Maybe this begins coming. Look at there. Maybe it comes right on around like this. Wherever you want it. See there? You can change your mind right in midstream. There's no commitments in this. Anything that you want, you can do. Maybe this is an old dried up area here. Just a bank. And all I'm doing is just rubbing a little bit of color on it. Look at there. Isn't that fantastic? Let some of that dark color show through, some of that black show through. And wherever you want it to go. Maybe it just sort of fades off back here into the shadows. Like that. Darker, darker, darker as it goes back in the shadows. And the more you rub this, the darker it's going to become because it's picking up the color that's underneath. That easy. There we go. I like to do these where you use the knife a great deal. In some of the earlier series, we've showed entire paintings done with nothing but the knife. And you can do it. It's a super way to make friends with that knife. Super way. Okay, maybe on the other side here. Over here. I'll tell you what, let's have a little dirt over here too. Don't want this side left out. Comes right on around. Like that. Brighten that up a little bit so it shows up. See, just sort of let it sneak right on up here into all the little grassy areas. Now, we'll take a fan brush and put a little bit of titanium white on it. And maybe back in here, maybe there's some little ripples happening. This is quite small. We got a little more paint. Maybe it comes right on down here. Maybe there's a tiny little bloop. Yep, there you're right. A little waterfall lives right there. Just a tiny one. Just coming over that little protrusion. And then he comes right on out here into the wider part and goes on about his way. That's all there is to it. And he just goes on around and we don't know where he goes. Okay, back to my fan brush that had the dark color. Let's get crazy over here. Shoot, we're having so much fun and doing so well. Back to the midnight black. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of color, a lot of color. Okay, maybe there's some big trees that live. Just sort of decide, make a decision, and yep, you're right. There's a tree. These trees are closer to you, so they're bigger, they're stronger, there's more detail in them. I'll tell you what, let's have another one right there. And we could get really crazy, and maybe way over here is even a bigger one. But doesn't that make a beautiful effect? Very simply, you can make deep, dark woods without working hardly at all. Go back to my liner brush, paint thinner on it. Now you really want this paint to be as thin as ink so it flows. Turn the brush, turn the bristles in there, and pull it out to a sharp point. That's what we're looking for. Now then, let's just put the indication here and there of some tree trunks. Just here and there. Or, I'm sorry, not tree trunks. We got those, some tree limbs. There. Sometimes your tongue gets over your eye teeth and you can't see what you're saying. There. Okay, let's let some of those run through. There, and some coming out, going in front of the tree. They are all which way here? Wherever. There. And you can strengthen up this trunk, a little weak right there, so you can just use a liner brush and add a little more so it'll stand out good and strong. Now if you get to where your paint does not want to flow, as I mentioned earlier, add some paint thinner Normally that'll cure your problem. There we go. You know, one of the reasons I like to design so many things, when I was in school, when I was in college, my major was engineering until I changed to art. So for several years, I studied engineering. So there's all kinds of crazy things I've designed and developed, and they're all over the country, and they're being used by people all over. And I guess that's a compliment. There. Okay, some more little limbs here and there. I decided in school that I like to paint more than I like to design bridges and buildings and all those kind of things. There. Seemed to me like it was a heck more fun. Heck of a lot more fun. Now then, here and there, just add little sticks and twigs wherever you think they should live. Just wherever. And these little sticks and twigs help add detail to your painting. And these details that's what makes your painting stand out. So add them in. The more the merrier. You'll really like them. They'll pay great dividends. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let me get a little more thinner on my, let's go on the other side over here. Maybe over here lives, yep, some big old tree limb, and grows right out. Deep in the woods, you have all kinds of beautiful, beautiful tree limbs that happen. So don't be afraid to paint them in there. Let them go. Let them go wherever you want them. Maybe he's got an arm that hangs out over here. Maybe down in here there's all kind of little sticks and twigs. And these are going to be big trees one day if you take care of them. There. See, back in here is where all the little creatures hide, the little bunny rabbits and the squirrels. I think I mentioned on one of the earlier shows, I have 2 little baby squirrels I'm raising now. We were tearing down an old house, and we threw out a box, and so now we got 2 little squirrels rolled out, so you know me. I had to take them home, and I've probably spent a fortune on nuts. They're the best fed squirrels in the country. They don't eat nothing but walnuts and almonds. They're never going to make it on the outside. They're going to be out there looking for those walnut trees. And there's not many of those growing in Florida, and that's where I found them right there. More limbs here and there. Okay. I tell you what, sometimes just get brave. Maybe there's an old tree that a little more thinner. See, if it doesn't flow right, add more thinner. There we go. Maybe this old tree just grows right up through there. Like that. And you can put little arms on him and they just reach out here. Maybe this one's dead. Sometimes people write me letters and they don't like the fact that I put dead trees in the painting. But when I go to the woods, I see dead trees. And I think it's part of nature. But if you don't want dead trees in your painting, then leave them out. All I want to do is show you how to make these. What you put in them is completely up to you. But if you have time, take a picture of your paintings and send to me. I love to see what you're doing. It makes a lot of hard work by a lot of people worthwhile. And every once in a while we put them together on a board and try to show what everybody's doing. And maybe you'll see your painting on here. So if you have time, just take a little photograph and send them in. We'd really like to see them. Okay. Now then, I'll go back to my little 1-inch brush. I'm going to go into some cad yellow and just tap in a little bit of color here. Just a little color. Now I want to sort of separate these leaves. We said we'd come back and brighten those a little, so let's do that. Just out here where you think the sun would strike and they'd really shine. Just here and there. Like so. And that's all there is to it. And in your world, you sort of look and design your own painting. And as I've mentioned before, we all see nature through different eyes. So look around where you're at and do a fantastic painting with this black gesso. You'll really love it. I'm going to sign this one. You will take a little red. Let's just sign it right here. Then the paint with paint thinner until it's absolutely like ink, and then it'll flow. And you can just sign your name. And you sign it in whatever color that you want, whatever color makes you happy. And that easy, we have a signed painting. I certainly hope you've enjoyed this painting. It'll teach you some new things. It'll get you started on a world that maybe you haven't tried before. So give it a shot. And from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Good. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let's look up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. It's all covered with a nice even coat of liquid white, and it's ready to go. So let's go. Thought today we'd do the little animated opening. That's the one you see at the beginning of each show of this series that just sort of pops in with the music. That's a beautiful little painting. It only takes a couple of minutes to paint it, but it takes a lot of fantastic people a long time to animate it. So let's do that one. I'm going to start today with a small amount of phthalo blue on the 2-inch brush. Just a little bit of blue. Just tap it. And maybe we'll reach over here and get the least little touch of phthalo green. Least little touch, very strong. And we'll go up here and let's just bounce in some happy little areas up here in the sky. Phthalo blue and phthalo green. Now this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of each show, but it'll give you an idea of how it was painted. It's almost impossible to paint an exact duplicate, and we never try to paint exact duplicates. Okay, maybe over here. We'll put a little bit more, wherever you want it. Just drop in some happy little colors. Let them bounce around and play. There. Now the color is continually mixing with the liquid white, and you get all these different values and shades. Let the liquid white work for you. This is a lazy man's way of painting. That's why I like it so much. I'm basically a very lazy person. There. And we have a little water in that painting, so while I have this on the brush, tell you what, we'll just mix a little more color right on the brush. And let's go down here and just put in a little bit of water. Pull from the outside in, like so. See, by mixing those colors on the brush, you get all kinds of different colors that are happening there. And from the other side, we're still pulling from the outside in, and I'm leaving a little area open here. If everything works out just right, that'll look like a little sheen of light coming across the water. Now just barely touching, you can go all the way across and bring everything together. And that little light area remains there. And then we can very gently just blend the corners of this out, the edges out. There. Don't want to overblend this. I want to leave it sort of rough and ragged right now. That's what my dog says is rough. That's what he said, and he sat down on the sandpaper. Rough. There. Okay. Now then, let's wash your brush. And we just wash it, as usual, in odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And just cover the whole studio. Okay, let's put some big clouds in there. We just use a 2-inch brush today. Yeah, you could do this with a fan brush or a 1-inch brush. Just pull it through, straight titanium white. A lot of paint on the bristles. Okay, let's go up here and put us in a little cloud. Maybe there lives a little cloud right there. And just use tiny little circular strokes. Just sort of mix it up, wind it up. There. Okay, and big old cloud lives. Yep, there he is. There he is. Son of a gun just floats around here and has fun all day. And try not to stay in one area and keep working it. It'll just turn into a great big cotton ball in the sky. Keep your brush moving. Don't try to work on the same area over and over and over. You'll be much happier with your clouds if they're loose and free. There. Okay. Maybe some right in here, wherever you want them. Just sort of make a big decision where clouds live in your world and drop them in. There we go. See there? But you can make a sky full of clouds in just a few minutes. Doesn't take long. These old big brushes will do fantastic things for you. There. Maybe there's another one right there. And the paint's quite thick here. In order to do all this blending without it just mixing together, you need a very firm, dry, thick paint. I can't say that enough. I know you hear me say that over and over in show after show. But it's most important. If you're going to get the best results, a thick paint is an absolute necessity. And we'll wash the brush again. Okay, now then, nice dry brush. And I just want to blend this very gently. Just blend it. Just sort of stirring it up. And I'm not touching the top much at all. I'm trying to avoid touching the top of each cloud, mostly the bottom. And every once in a while you can just beat the brush a little. That'll take off the excess paint without going through the whole cleaning procedure again. There. And at this point, don't expect your cloud to look like it's finished. It should still look a little rough. We're going to blend it yet. This just blends the bottoms out. Gets them ready for the next step. Knock off the excess. Now we're going to fluff these up just very gently, barely touching the canvas. Grab these little son of a guns and just lift them up. That's all there is to it. Lift them. Let them get fluffy. See what a difference that makes. Every once in a while, knock off any excess paint. Continue to fluff. Work in layers. There. Now very lightly. 2 hairs and some air. All we're going to do is just gently. There's a hair on the canvas. All you do is take a corner of the brush and lift it off. There. Very lightly, just enough to take out the brush marks. And that easy. You got a fantastic little sky. Okay. Now then, today we're going to make some little foothills back here. And so for that, I'm going to take some blue and a little bit of white, little touch of the midnight black into it. So we got some phthalo blue, midnight black, a little touch of white. Looks like there might be a little touch of phthalo green there too. That was an accident, but it's fine. And we'll put the least little touch of crimson in there. Okay, it makes a nice color. Now, let me clean the knife. Today we'll use an oval brush. And it's easy to identify. It has a black handle. The rest of my brushes have white, and this one has a black handle. Okay, now decide where your little foothills are going to live out here. Just touch with this brush and pull down. It's sort of round on the end, see, so it makes these nice little round areas we're looking for very easily. There we go. Okay, and maybe this little footy hill just goes right down like that. However you want it, just pull it straight down. Then we'll take a clean 2-inch brush, and I want to create a misty area in here. So all I do is tap. All we do is just tap. And then lift slightly upward. See how soft the base of that becomes? Okay. Then we'll use the same color, the blue and a little black. I want the same color, only darker. Less white in it this time. Because this one's going to be closer to us. A little touch of the crimson. There. Just load the brush back and forth. And maybe there's another little foothill. And came right down like that. Now you can also turn this brush this way and make more individualistic little things and pull them straight down, just very lightly. See, this darker color now separates. There we go. Just like so. And let this just work its way right on out. Here and there some more individual things, so turn the brush vertically. And we can go back to our big brush and tap the base of it. Tap it firmly. You can probably hear how hard I'm hitting this. But I'm using only the top corner of the brush and tapping. I want to create that illusion of mist again. Now sometimes on foothills, maybe you want to show a little bit of color, a little bit of highlight. So let's do that today. Shoot, we got it going here. I'm going to take that same oval brush and go into a little yellow, cad yellow, little yellow ochre, and just sort of work it around like that. That's all we need. Okay, a little bit of color on there. Then all we have to do is just sort of tap. Just tap and give it at least a little downward pull. I just want to put the indication here and there of a little bit of highlight. Not much. Not much. There. And we'll come back and soften that with a big brush too. But that's the way you make trees that look a little closer to you. Just by putting a little color. When things are far, far away from you, they look sort of bluish in color. And as they get closer, then you're able to make out detail and color and all those wonderful things. But when they're far away, they should look just bluish like that. And that helps create the illusion of distance in your painting. Okay, a little yellow ochre, and then a little touch of Indian yellow. Just break it up. There we go. And back to our big brush, and we can just tap the base of this a little, just to soften it and bring it all together. There. Okay, then lift upward. And that little oval brush super, it makes some fantastic effects. Let's go on the other side here. We'll use some more blue and some black. I want this to be even darker. Even darker. Okay, maybe over here lives another little foothill. I think in that little opening at the beginning, it had several layers of foothills, and this is the way they're made. See, each layer gets darker. Now, maybe before we get too far here, let's put some reflections back here. Watch here, grab this and pull it down. And we'll have a little bit of water back here in that background. But just touch and pull down, just straight down. Then come across. That'll give the illusion of water. Then we can take a little touch of white paint and we'll just make the indication here and push it upward. Just some little water lines and some little things. See, makes it look like mist there just by grabbing it and pushing upward. Sneaky, huh? Lay it on, grab it, just let it go upward. That's all there is to it. Okay, now then, we'll bring this foothill right on down here in front of it. And maybe it comes right on out here. And that way, see, there's a little recessed area. That's a place the big trout can go back here and hide. There. And maybe on that, the indications here and there, I have a little bit of highlight on it. It's also quite close. So if you can see highlight over here, chances are you could see it here too. Just a little. See, luckily in this painting, I know pretty much is what's going to happen since we animated it. So I know what areas are going to be covered up. I don't have to worry about putting a whole bunch of stuff here. Most of the time we're just about halfway making these things up as we go. I have a general idea, but that's about all. Decide where your reflection is going to be, and you can pull that down. Tap it, Lift it upward. Bring it all together. A little more reflection. There. And very lightly across. And we can do that same thing again with a little touch of white paint. This is not liquid white. Usually on the waterlines I use the liquid white. This is just plain white. Then I'm lifting it upward. There. Okay, let me grab an old fan brush here. There we go. Over here on this side, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take yellow ochre, a little bit of dark sienna in it on the fan brush. But almost, I'll be right back. There I am. There we go. Yellow ochre and dark sienna mixed together. Now, up in here, we had a little tree or two. There you are. That was just mostly yellow ochre with a little sienna in it. And I want these trees today to be like little swamp trees, ones that the limbs hang down. They're tired. Well, they've had a rough life out there in the swamp. Let's see, maybe there was another one and he lived. Yep, right there. But sort of push those limbs down, let them hang. These old trees, they have a lot of hangy downs on them. And you could just take the brush and just wiggle it upward, create the illusion of some little bushes and stuff that live back in here. All right. Now on top of that, or in front of that, we'll begin putting some other things. Let me clean my brush. And come back in here. And let's see here. We'll take some Prussian blue, midnight black. We might as well mix up a pretty good pile. We're going to use that. Some Van Dyke brown, crimson. Shoot, we'll throw some sap green there too. Whatever you got, mainly dark. You're looking for a nice dark color. Let me wipe off the knife. We just wipe off the knife on old paper towel. Now then, we'll load the fan brush full of color, both sides, a lot of color. And let's decide here where some trees live. Maybe there's one right here. And once again, we're looking for these old hangy down limbs. Just let them hang down like that. Turn the brush. These are old tired ones. There. Give him a friend. Like that. There. Now maybe in your painting you want trees that maybe they're a little better off than mine. You can do that. I just want to show you how to make these little, I call them swamp pines, because usually where it's very wet you have evergreen trees that, where I come from in Alaska, you have evergreen trees that the limbs hang way down. And the farther south you go in Alaska, the more of these limbs just hang, and they're beautiful. But usually it's where it's very damp. But now if you want nice straight ones in yours, please do that. There we go. See, and that quick we've got some happy little trees. I'll just take the old big brush out. The little one's too slow. And let's put some land in here. See here, all we're doing is just tapping. And we don't care if some of these little hangy downs off the brush get down here, because we'll just turn those into reflections. We'll use them rascals. There we go. And that's our land area for that side. And while we have that brush going, just grab and pull down. Pull straight down. And come across. See there? Instant reflections again. Now then, back to our same old fan brush. And we can just go right into a little touch of the cad yellow. And it's immediately it's going to turn green because of the blue. I just want to put the indication here and there of a highlight or two. I don't want too much over here. Not too much. All right. Okay, now then we can take a 1-inch brush, put a touch of the liquid white with it just to thin the paint a little. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And we'll go right into some yellow and some yellow yellow ochre. A little touch of the bright red. And let's go up here and begin putting in all kinds of little grassy things. And just using the corner of the brush and just tapping. Just tapping. And it's most important the angles that you follow here. We want to create the lay of the land. We want the land to sort of move over this way. There we go. See there? Okay, maybe there's a little bump that lives right here, wherever you want it. Just drop him in. Back in here. But leave some of those little darkish areas in between. That's what gives depth and distance. Okay, take a little touch of the Van Dyke brown. And let's just put in a little dirt under here. And just rubbing that. Just rubbing a little of that brown right in there. Like so, there we are. Back to our titanium white. Got that little roll of paint on the knife. And it's just trying to lay a little bit of white right underneath there for a little water line. And all I'm doing is touching, allowing the canvas to pull off what it wants. Give you back what's left. There. Okay. And we can take the knife, scratch in a few sticks and twigs, wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. And I think we about got that side finished. Let's go to the other side. Let me grab, I have several oval brushes going here. We just grab it. I like these oval brushes, they're fun. Okay, let's come right up in here. Load the brush full of paint, and there was an evergreen tree who lived, he did live right there. Just start out by making a sort of a little center line. Then you can take this brush and just sort of work it back and forth. And we want these old limbs just to hang on this tree. And this oval brush does that very nicely. We want old hangy down limbs. There we go. Nice old tree. Okay, and he's got a friend. Lives right next door. Friend lives right there. The same thing. There. These two are good buddies. They live next door to each other. And maybe here and there's a happy little bush or so that grows right down by his foots. Just sort of make up little ideas and do them. And we had one big monster tree. Big guy. He lives right there. Well, that's a big son of a gun there. And we're going to come right along in here. Right over all that sky. Load the brush frequently as required. Whenever you start running out of paint, just load it back up. But see, that oval brush makes all those little doers happen there. I don't know what kind of name you'd put on those. Doers, that sounds good. There we go. But that easy, you could make a fantastic tree. Just let him grow right out of the brush. There we go. Okay, I'm going back to my big brush here. And let's just fill all this in. We can come right down here and just begin putting in all kinds of... This is just dark colors, so our lights will show. Want our lights to show. And you could really put all this on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. We had a little path in there, so we can sort of leave that open. Okay, here we go. Back to our oval brush that has the light green on it. Put some color on it. And let's come back up in here and just indicate a few little highlights on these evergreen trees. Just a few here and there. There, don't cover up all your nice darks. Boy, this does look like an old swampy area. Okay, go back to my 1-inch brush. And let's put some highlights on the little individual bushes. Just sort of drop those in. wherever you think they should be. Maybe let's go right over here and work from the one that's farthest away forward, always coming forward. Forward, forward, forward. Before we get too far along there, we need to stop and put in our little path so we can have some of the bushes and stuff that hang over the path. So we'll take the knife, titanium white, just pull it out very flat. Okay, let's go right up here. This is just white. I like this bright in here. It really makes everything shine, stands out. There. And to that I'm going to add the least little touch of dark sienna. There, just the least little touch, just enough to color it a little. Okay, now then we can go back to our 1-inch brush, and with that we can begin completing the rest of these little bushes. And let some of these little bushes hang over the path. That pushes the path down into the painting so it fits. Don't want it to look like it's floating around and just having a good time. Push that rascal down in there. There's another one. See, and that pushes that path right on back. Now we don't know where it goes, and we don't care. It goes back there to a happy place, wherever that is. And then individual bushes. It's most important when you're up in the foreground like this to do one bush at a time, so that each one's an individual, has its own personality. Shoot, give them names. People think you're crazy, but that's all right. That's all right. As long as you're happy, doesn't matter. There's one that's got a little red flowers out on the end of it. One of them happy accidents. There. Just like so. Okay. Now we can take our little script liner brush, thinner on it, go right into the Van Dyke brown. And maybe, tell you what, maybe there's a little stick that lives right there. Something like so. See there? And add a few little details in yours. And yours should also be finished. And I think with that, we'll call this painting complete. I hope you've enjoyed seeing how the animated opening was made. And until next time, from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do another fantastic little painting? Super. Tell you what, let's start out today and get right on it. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. I have my canvas up here. It's covered with liquid white and it's all ready to go. So I tell you what, I've got so many cards and letters from people saying, I'm having trouble making the snow break on the mountain. You know, when we take the knife and we pull it down the side of the mountain and the snow breaks. I've sort of designed a new way of putting highlights and shadows on a mountain, and let's spend some time today working on that. If you ever had any problems putting the snow on the mountains, this way is so nice, and you'll love it. So let's get in here and do it. Let's just drop in a happy little sky. We'll start out with a little touch of the phthalo blue. I'll grab some black too, some midnight black, phthalo blue, just mix them on the brush here. And let's just very quickly here, just put in a happy little sky. There we go, just drop in a little color. Maybe wherever you want it. Maybe we'll have some little clouds here. That's blue and black, or black and blue, depending on which way you look at it. That's the way I am when I'm at home. Boy, I'm always in trouble. End up black and blue. Okay, there we go. I'll just put in a happy little thing like that. Okay, and that'll give us a indication of a sky once we blend it out. And while we have this black and blue on the brush here, let's take, and maybe we'll have a little water on the bottom of this one. We'll see, whatever happens. If we don't have water, this will cover right up, no problem. We'll just cover all this. I don't know exactly where anything's going to be, if it's going to be. That's part of the beauty of this style of painting. You really don't have to make any big decisions right now. There. Something like so. And then we'll just gently blend that together. Blend this a little bit. Okay, then I'll clean the old brush. And we just scrub our brush in odorless thinner, as usual. as usual. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay. Now then, with a clean brush here, I just want to blend this. There. I get letters from people also say, it looks like it's so much fun beating that brush. They just went out and got a brush and beat on it. They don't paint. They just beat the brush and enjoy it. And if that makes you happy, that's fine. That's what everything's about. If it makes you happy. Now then, that just knocks off the excess paint. It's not as much fun. I'm going to go right into titanium white. And we'll just use the same old brush. Just load it full of color. And let's just put some little floaters up here in the sky. Just tap in with a corner brush. Just want to really put something in there real quick and move into this mountain. Today, I want to show you how to do a different kind of mountain. Maybe we'll have one right over in here, wherever you want it. And in this area, there's another happy little cloud. He just floats along, has fun. There. See, and you just determine where they live and drop them in. Just drop them in. We'll give him a little friend right under here. There. Okay. Now then, I have several brushes going here, so let's just take a clean one. And I'm just going to blend the base of this out a little bit, so it just blends right into that color. Just blend it. There we go. Soften the bottom. Don't touch the top yet. We'll get that in a second. And then very lightly, following the basic angles here, just sort of lift that and just let it go. Very gentle, very light. Just caress it. There. See there? Then a super way to make some very effective little easy clouds. Happy little clouds. There. And that gives us a nice little sky. And now we can get in here and play with our mountain. Since we're going to do a big old mountain today, let's get started here. We'll use some midnight black. Take a big bunch of black and throw it out here. And to that, I'm going to add alizarin crimson. Black and alizarin crimson. Now then, you can put a little white over there and check it out, see what color it is, because it's hard to tell. I want a little more crimson in that. I want it a little more to the reddish side. Okay, that's better, like that. Okay, pull the paint out very flat, cut across, and get our little roll of paint. See, it's right out on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now then, if we're going to have a big old mountain here, let's just decide where this big old mountain lives and just begin dropping it in. And we'll start this one like we start most mountains. Very firmly pushing in our basic shape. Maybe there's a big high peak on this one that lives up here in the sky. That's where that big eagle sits. Okay, a little bump there maybe, and another little bump, wherever you want them. Push very firmly. You're really trying to push this right into the fabric. This old canvas is tough, but don't worry about hurting it. You're not going to hurt it. Really push it in there. And scrape off the excess. And we'll take a large brush and we'll pull this, just like we do normally. Just like we normally do. And blend it down. There. See, grab over here and pull it. There. And just let this move right on out. Because the liquid white's on the canvas, you can literally move this paint. If you were working on a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City. Okay, wash my old brush. Give him a little shake. Cover a couple of camera people, and we're in business. Now then, I think today for this I'll use a small knife. You could use either knife, doesn't matter. I'll just use a small one today. Pull that paint out as flat as you can get it, as usual. Cut across, and we have our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now normally we take this touch and we just pull, okay? But today, watch, all I'm going to do is touch and just let it bounce. See? I'm just touchy all right on down. So you don't have to worry. It breaks automatically, and then you can sort of, you don't want it too even and smooth here, so just touch to break it up. Now, isn't that simple? If you've ever had trouble making the snow break on the mountain, this is an easy one. This one will work for you. There we go. And just sort of follow the angles like you normally do. Just touching. All you have to do is touch. The canvas will take off what it wants, give you back what's left. There. But you still have to follow the basic angles. Still have to follow those, no matter how you make this mountain. Light's still going to strike in a given direction. If light's coming from here, then it's just going to zing right across there. Okay. See, maybe there's a little projection out here. Maybe another one over here. Wherever you want it. All you have to do is just touch the canvas. Maybe it comes right on around. Wherever. Okay, and maybe there's some light that strikes this up here. See, all you're doing though is touching the camera. Isn't that neat? Maybe this comes right on around. There's a little valley in there. There. And just let it go. Let it go. Just sort of let your imagination take you where you want to be. Okay, now there's another one over here. Shoot, maybe this one over here comes right on around like so. And just sort of moves right on down. See there? You can just wrap it right around. Isn't that fantastic? I knew you'd like this. Now if you prefer just to drag it, make the snow break, then you can make this mountain the same way as you've been making them. I just really want to show you something a little bit different. And in case you've had any problem, you probably haven't, but some people have. This will help you. Now I'll take some phthalo blue and white. We'll just sort of mix that together. I'm looking for sort of a shadow color here. Just blue and white. Same thing. Cut across and we get our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now we can come back in here, and now then we begin looking for the shadows. Same way. Just barely touching. Allow the canvas to pull off what it wants. Just follow the basic shapes. Like that. All of the principles and the rules are the same as the way we've been making mountains if you've painted with me before. This is just done by just tapping. It's also, like in Arizona, New Mexico, they have the mountains that have all the different colors in them. This is a super way to make those. Super way, because you can create all those little colors just by touching the canvas. Next time maybe I'll do one of those. I have a lot of friends in that area. There we go. See? Just follow the basic angles, and all you're doing really is just touching the canvas. Because you have a thick paint on the canvas, it'll literally grab that and pull it right off. And you can do anything that you want to do there. Okay, maybe all down in here. There. Got to mix up a little bit more of the shadow color. I didn't mix enough. So same thing, a little blue and white. Just mix it together. Cut across our little roll of paint again. Always that little roll of paint. So helpful if you'll load the knife correctly. And then we can bring this in here and just begin tapping. Like so. Okay. See, and you can sort of vary those angles so it looks like it's laying flatter or setting up higher, however you want it. There. You just keep this going all day. Cover up the whole canvas with it, and that's all right. That's a super way to learn. And anytime you learn, your time and energy is not wasted. It's not wasted. There. And as long as we live, hopefully we'll continue to learn. There. Can you see there? Now then we can put some shadows under this little highlight. And a little more of the white. And we can begin. Let's just bring this right on down. So we just sort of let all that come together. There we go. But once again, if you've had any problem making the snow break on the mountains the way we've been making, I hope you give this a try, because I really believe you'll have instant success with this. Even if you've never painted a mountain before, the big thing is to pay strict attention to the angles. Look at the angles in this mountain. The rules are basically the same no matter how you make your mountain. You have highlight on one side and shadow on the other. As simple as that sounds, sometimes we get a little confused. I'm going to tap just the base of this. I'm going to create a little mist, not much. And then very lightly. Oh, just the least little amount. Least little amount here. There we go. Just sort of blend all of that together. So it's very soft. Now that's just a real quick little mountain. Think what you can do at home when you have unlimited time, where you can make a son of a gun of a mountain. Now then, okay, let's do another one here. We'll use it. We just take that same old color we had, our original mountain color, pull it out flat, cut our roll of paint off. One more time, same old roll. Okay, maybe there lives. Let's get crazy. Maybe right up here. Got to make those little noises or it don't work. Maybe there's a big old thing. Comes right down like that, right in front of this one. See, just drop it in. Really push that color in. There. That's scary after you work so hard on your mountain, then you throw that in there. Okay. That's all there is to it. All we're doing here is just blocking in color. You could do this with a paint roller. We'll start a whole new style of painting with paint rollers. There we go. Okay, now then, on this one I'm going back to the small knife. I'm going to go right back into my phthalo blue and white mixture. We'll just continue to use it. What the heck. Now, let's just take our little roll of paint again, and let's just begin on this one. It's just laying into indication here, just tapping, of just, let's let it bounce right along, of just a few little shadow areas. Just wherever you think light would play through here, just barely touching. Just sort of let it bounce and play. No pressure at all. You just allow it to graze and touch the canvas. There. And you can do this in a multitude of different colors and make it look like rocks and stones that live in your area. Because all over the country, mountains and boulders and stuff, they look a little different. But all we're doing is just touching the canvas. It's that easy. I'm excited about this because it works so well. I've tried it with people who have never painted, not their first stroke, and they've made it work. And that's nice. I like to see the sparkle come in people's eye when they painted their first picture and it works for them, and it does good things in here. Just like if you've never taught other people to paint, if you know how, you don't understand how selfish it really is, because the teacher gets more out of it probably than the pupil. That's the reason for years and years I traveled and taught. It was one of the most rewarding and satisfying things that I'd ever done. I met so many super people. Get off my soapbox and paint. Use some black and some blue, brown, crimson, a little sap green. Mix all that up. Now I'm going to pull a little bit of it out here. And to that we'll add, let me just grab some white. And a little more sap green in there. I'm looking for a dirty green color. There, it's coming along. There we are. It's a nice old green color. Okay, let me clean my knife off. Then we'll use the fan brush and we'll just load it full of that color. As I say, that's just sort of a dirty green. I don't know what color you'd call it. Both sides of the brush. And maybe back in here just lives all kinds of happy little evergreen trees. And all we're doing is just touching and sort of coming downward. Can you see that? It's sort of hard to see sometimes. There. Now you can see it. See, all you're doing is just touching and pulling down. Like that. And wherever you think they should live. It's a nice, super easy way to make the indication of a lot of little trees very quickly. Very quickly. We just let them come right on down. We don't know where they go there. Okay, now I'll take a 2-inch brush. I want to create a little mist at the base of these. All you have to do is tap firmly. See there? Just tap it. And then lightly lift upward. And you have the indication of some little trees. Now then, let me wash off my fan brush. And as things get closer to you in the landscape, as you know, they get darker and darker. So that's the reason I pulled out a little bit of that color and kept the big pile. I want to go back to this large pile of paint. It's much darker. It's going to be closer to you. And right in here, we'll put the indication of some happy little trees that are closer to us. There we go. See, and because they're darker, boy, those son of a gun stand out. And that misty area in between here, see that mist? That separates. That misty area is so important. That's your best friend right here. Oh, take care of it. Don't kill all that misty area. It's so, so important. And wherever you want these, I don't know. We're going to put some big trees in here, I think, today. Maybe, let's go all the way over here. Maybe right in front of here, there's some indications. There. Now then, take some more of our darker color, and let's build some little evergreen trees. Load the fan brush fully on both sides. A lot of paint. Okay. Now then, maybe there lives. Boy, there sure does. There. Now, see, start with just touching the canvas to get a center line, and use a corner of the brush. See, and just touch, and just sort of working back and forth, back and forth. Look at there, and there he comes. Just back and forth. And as you work down and down the tree, push harder and harder. Make those bristles bend and work for you. There we go. Isn't that a super way to make a happy little evergreen tree? And you can do it. Beautiful little tree. He's my friend. Have to name him. Let's put another one right here. Oh, I'm covering up our mountains we work so hard on. See, now I got interested in trees and I forgot my mountain. But that's all right. We learned how to make this mountain, and that's what's important. Now we can go back and make as many or as few as we want. Next time we go to make a mountain like this, it'll be easy. When I was in Thailand, they used to say, can do easy. And so can you. There we go. There. See, I had the opportunity to travel all over the world in the military. So I got to see a lot of foreign countries and a lot of people from different cultures. Good education, good way to get out and see some of the country. Okay, maybe right here. And in your world, you decide how many trees live in it. So you just put however many you want in there. Maybe we'll put a couple more and that'll be enough for today. But in yours, maybe you want a solid line of trees all the way across there. Whatever you want. Let's have one nice one that lives right down here on the end. See there how easy those trees are, though? Just push them right out of that brush. Just let them come right on out. Now then, we can take the knife, a little brown on it, and just put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk. And I'll use the same old brush and go right into some yellow, because there's green on there. The yellow is going to turn it dark green. And I just want to, here and there, put the indication of some nice little highlights living on these trees. Some little bright spots so they stand out better. There. Over here maybe. Don't want that tree left out. Okay. Now then, I'll go right into the same old dark color here. And let's begin tapping in what eventually will be some little grassy areas. Just tap them in. There, just pick up some of that color off the tree and just let it work right on down. Whatever. Maybe it just goes right on back like that. You just have to make a big decision and let it go. Now, if we're going to have water, there'll be a little bit of reflection right under here. So all we have to do is just touch and pull straight down wherever you want reflections to be, and go gently across. Okay, I'll just use the same old dirty brush. I'll go right into some yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Just mix them on the brush, tap. Now then, begin thinking about the lay of the land back here, and put in all kinds of little things. See? Just little grassy areas, just tap. And the more you tap this, the softer and the more peaceful it'll become. See, just layer after layer after layer. And let it sort of slope downward. If there's going to be water down here, normally water goes to the lowest area. It won't come up here on the hill just to look pretty for you. Water's like me, it's lazy. It looks for the easiest way to get to the ocean. There we go. The big thing I wanted to show you, though, in this painting was the mountain. This is one of the nicest little ways of making a very effective mountain that I think you'll ever find. Okay, tell you what. Maybe over here on the other side, maybe there's just a couple little projections out in the water. That'll sort of close that in and help bring all this together. Put a little dark in so your light will show. And you can come right back. See, put a few little grassy things on that. Take a little Van Dyke brown and just lay in a happy little bit of land right there. Like so, like so. There. But if you learn how to do these mountains, then you won't ever have any problem with mountains. They'll be easy for you from now on. As I say, that's probably just about my number one thing that I read in letters, is that I'm having trouble making that snow break on the mountains or the rocks or whatever people are trying to paint. So this, I hope, will cure that problem. I'm putting a little white on here just to make a little, see, you just make little sheens on there. Isn't that neat? Just straight titanium white. Looks like little ripples on the water. Just floating across like that. Take a clean knife, scrape in a few little sticks, twigs, trunks, all those happy little things. And you have a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Practice this new mountain thing a little bit and let me know how you do. From all of us here, happy painting and God bless. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? This is such a super day. Let's do a super little painting. I thought today we'd do something that's very simple. We'll use a limited palette, and I think you'll enjoy it. I have a black canvas up here today, as you can see, and we make these black canvases by coating them with black gesso, and that just turns it nice and black, and it's all ready to go. On top of that, I've added a thin, even coat all over the canvas of sap green. Then around the edges here on the four corners, I've put just a little touch of Van Dyke brown, so the corners are a little darker. Okay, let's just have some fun. I thought today maybe we'd do a little scene. Let's do a swamp-like scene, you know, where you have a lot of trees in the background that you can't really define, but they're just there. Let's just do it. What the heck? going to use the fan brush a lot today. By the time you do this painting, you'll be an expert with the old fan brush. So let's just take a small amount of the cad yellow. Just a small amount. Don't need much paint. And just put a little on the bristles, okay? Now, as I mentioned earlier, we have the sap green up here. Now let's have them run all the colors across the screen so you'll know what I'm doing here. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. I almost forgot to tell you the colors today. You'd have been upset with me. Now, using just the corner of the fan brush, I just want to take and just barely touching the canvas and just begin. All we're doing here is just sort of rubbing, There. And just begin creating some basic little tree and bush shapes here. And we're just looking for very basic little shapes. Let the bristles sort of move and bend and there. These are far away and we're not looking for a lot of detail. And if they get a little too bright, we can take the large brush and just rub them and they'll go away. There. But this is continually mixing with a green that's underneath. So you get all of these beautiful, dark, misty looking colors. I like to do these kind of little scenes. All right. Just a little touch more yellow. And we just continually sort of look and just sort of hunt out these little rascals. There. And maybe there's one way back here. It's just really barely can see. These black canvases are so fantastic. If you've never done one, they can be some of the most exciting things in this whole technique. There we go. See there? With very little effort, already you're beginning to see just all kinds of little things back here. Little happy things. It's all kind of little creatures live back here. There. Little squirrels and rabbits, and if this was in Florida or Georgia, somewhere down there, it might be an alligator or two hid back here. When I was a kid, I had a pet alligator. I don't know if you ever make a pet out of an alligator, but I had an alligator that lived with me. Let's put it that way. And I fed him every day, and every day he bit me. One thing about alligators, I don't think you can ever make a pet out of them. I finally turned him loose, and he still wanted to bite me. There we go. Just using the old corner of the fan brush, that's all we're doing. And we can make the indication of just tons and tons of trees and bushes. Then we're going to put some things in front of these. So keep these pretty dark when you're doing yours. Don't let them get too bright on you. Against this black canvas, color stands out so strong. Very quickly it can get too bright. And once again, should that happen, just take your large brush and very gently just go over it. And it'll dull the color because it'll mix with that green that's underneath. There we go. As I say, I was born and raised in Florida. And I was born in Daytona Beach and lived around Orlando most of my life. And back in those days, people thought Orlando would never amount to anything but just a swamp. And now it's one of the most fantastic cities in Florida. And Disney World's there, and super place to go now. There. And my mother still lives there. Shoot, she likes it there. She likes these kind of scenes too. There we go. And just on and on here, just however many bushes and trees that you want in your world. Just drop them in. But just want you to see how easy it is to do this just using a fan brush. And all we're doing is using the corner and just sort of scrubbing it. And when you push, that's where those highlights come from. Can you see how that works? When you push upward, there you go. That's where it happens. There. And maybe down in here, there's some little ones. Has to be little bushes if there's going to be big bushes. There we go. There we go. All kinds of little rascals. Maybe another one right in there. You just make the decision. This is your world, and you have to decide where everything is in it. Okay, now then. See, once again, if you wanted to dull this down, if it was a little too bright for you, just take your large brush and one hair and some air. You're just barely touching it, and just go over it. Just like so. Just barely caress it. And you can bring this all together. There. See? And the more you do this, the darker it'll become, because once again, it's picking up that color that's underneath and you're blending them together. There. Okay. And then we could take our liner brush, go into a little paint thinner, and I'm going to a little touch of the Van Dyke brown, and just mix this until it's almost like ink. It's very, very thin, very thin. Turn that brush. This liner brush has long bristles, holds a lot of paint in those bristles, okay? Now then, here and there, you just sort of look at it and put in an indication of just a few little limbs and sticks and all kinds of happy little things that live out in here. You need some trunks for some of these little trees and stuff. Some of them you can't see. There. Just here and there, wherever you want them. Isn't that fantastic? You can create a whole swamp, whole forest, that easy. This does not necessarily have to be a swamp. It could be a beautiful forest out here, and you'd have basically the same effect. There. Just drop them in. And if you have trouble making this paint flow, add a little more of the paint thinner. This thin paint will just literally slide right over the canvas. But if it's not working, chances are you don't have quite enough paint thinner into your paint. So just add a little. Okay, I'm going to take some Van Dyke brown. Get a little dark cyan in there too. Let's just pull it out very flat here on the palette. Sort of mix it together. Grab a little white and throw it in there too. So we got Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, and a little white. Pull it out very flat, and then cut across to get that little roll of paint on the knife. That little roll of paint will really pay you big dividends. Now then, just sort of look at your painting here and decide where there would be some land. And maybe the land lives, right in there, wherever you want it. Wherever, there we go. And all we're doing here is just sort of scrubbing this on. There, look at all them little rascals. All kinds of little things happening. Little raccoons and the opossums and stuff all live up in here. And they've got to have a little place to sit here. All the water birds come and catch them a minnow. And it helps when you're doing these kind of things, make up little stories in your mind. Tell you what, maybe under here, let's put a few little reflections. Now that we have our land areas defined, so I'll just take a little yellow on the brush. Now then, decide where your reflections are going to be into the water. Grab it and pull straight down. And get a little of that brown into it. This, usually if it's a swampy area, it's not very deep. It's very shallow, so you get a lot of mud. And if you want to highlight that, every once in a while you can take a little touch of a titanium white and just sparkle it. Not much though, get too bright on you. There. Get too bright too quick. Now very lightly come across. See there, instant reflections. Okay, so on the other side I'll get a little touch more of the yellow. And let's go right over here and just drop those in. That easy. There we go. Pull straight down. When you're doing these reflections, be sure you pull them straight down. It's most important they come straight down. Oh, green water. Boy, that's pretty. I like it. Just alive with algae and all kinds of creatures. This is where the whole ecology, the whole ecosystem starts, is right here in these little swamps. There. Now then, put back some of the land masses. There we go. If this is your first time painting in this technique, these little black canvases, try one of them. I think you'll find that they work so well. Oh, they'll get you hooked. They'll work so well, you'll get hooked on this, and it's easy to do. It's just easy to do. We tell people sometimes we're like drug dealers. We come into town and get people absolutely addicted to painting. And it doesn't take too much to get you addicted. Here, I've added a little white to my color and just highlight here and there. Because painting is fun. It does nice things to you. And it doesn't hurt anybody. Everybody's happy. It brings a lot of joy to people, whether you're doing the painting or whether you give your paintings or sell your paintings to other people. It makes them happy. And we need more of that. A little more of the yellow here. Just same old yellow back on the fan brush, and but not much paint. Not too much paint. Now then, let's bring some happy little bushes. Just use a corner of the brush. And we'll bring some little bushes that live right out here. And come right on down like that. See them? There they are. And just wiggle that brush. See? Let them come right on down into the land. There they go. There. This is one of the most simple and effective ways I've ever seen of making a lot of happy little bush areas. And it works. Look at that. See how deep that looks back in there? Boy, there's a booger hides back in there, I'll tell you. Yes, sir. There was a big alligator lives in there. He'd hide back in there. There we go. Just put in some little bushes. Maybe there's one that lives right there, wherever you want them. There's one. All you're doing is just sort of wiggling the brush. Just wiggle the brush. Let these things just sort of happen. People write and tell me sometimes they say, I got a little nervous twitch and I can't paint. If you have a little shake to your hands, you're ahead of the rest of us here. It will really help you. I talk too much. Let me paint here. Let's take some yellow. A little bit of cadmium yellow. And I'm just going to get that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay? Now then, let's just take that and just sort of here and there put in some happy little water lines. Now, all I'm doing is touching the canvas. Just touch the canvas. Canvas will pull off what it wants. Just touch. There, see? And maybe there's some things laying out here in the water. There they are. There they are. Okay, let's go back over here. We need a little touch here and here. And fun little painting. These are the kind of little paintings, though, that they really just make you happy. There. And if one gets too bright, just rub it a little bit, and it'll blend right in. Once again, you have that color underneath, that base color, and you can just move things. You can create all kinds of beautiful illusions. I tell you what, while I got this old knife going, maybe take some more of our brown, dark sienna, a little bit of titanium white, maybe a little touch more white. Yeah, that's nice. Cut across and get our little roll of paint again. I know you get tired of hearing that. Maybe there's a little island floats out here. So first we'll just put in a little bit of dirt. We'll just decide where our little island lives. Maybe he is. Yep, you're right there. Take a little touch of the brown and white into that. We'll add at least a little touch of highlight. There. Now then, let's go back to our fan brush. Put a little more of the yellow in it. Once in a while you can reach over here and get the least little touch of the yellow ochre. Just a tiny bit, tiniest little bit. Okay? Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives out here. So let's put him in. There he is. Just sort of scrub him on. And you can have as many or as few as you want. Now when you're putting this base color on, the sap green underneath, when you put that on, try to put just a thin coat. You'll find that's the most difficult part of this painting. The paint is very dry and very firm. You'll have one big arm from scrubbing it on. But just a thin coat. Don't let it too much get on there. Otherwise, every time you put any yellow on here, all that'll happen is it turns bright green on you. And that's all right, but sometimes you want to retain some color. So just a nice, thin, even little coat. That's all you're looking for. Okay. Now then, back to our cadmium yellow on the knife, and we'll just add a little bit underneath here to sort of set that down in the water. Tell you what, let's do. Let's put a little reflection under this. That'll sparkle it up a little. Right underneath. Pull it straight down. Look at that. Look at that. Just a little. And then come lightly across. There. See? And have an instant reflection. Okay. Then we'll bring some more of these right over the top. There we go. Super. Okay. Now maybe in our world, yeah, let's get crazy. What the heck? You have to have some fun. Just take your knife and maybe there's some land that lives right here. Just a little land that lives there, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. A little bit of the lighter color, just for a touch of highlight here and there. Don't want too much. Just a touch. Okay, now then, back into our yellow. I want this to be a little darker, so I'm going to add a little sap green down here too. I want it to be a little more into the greenish color. In the foreground here, we'll have it a little darker. A little darker. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's sort of decide, and maybe, yep, there lives a nice, happy little bush right here. Just the corner of the fan brush, and just scrub him. Just sort of let it bounce around and play. And he's got a little friend here. Wherever there's another one. See there? Just all kinds of little things. Maybe out in here, some more. There you go. Over in here, there's one. And these little bushes are fun to make. You just won't believe how easy they just jump right off that fan brush. There we go. Leave some dark areas in here. See, those little dark areas are what separates individual bushes and creates depth and distance in that son of a gun. Tell you what, let's have a big tree. I'm just going to take some Van Dyke Brown. Let's have some fun here. Van Dyke Brown, get over here and get some dark sienna. Just load it on the fan brush. A lot of paint. Maybe on this little island here lives a happy tree. Sure does now. There he is. See, just put his trunk in. Let's give him a friend. Give him a little friend. There we go. Don't want him to get lonely. And we can take a little touch of the white with a little teeny amount of dark sienna. Cut across, get our little roll of paint, and let's just put the indication of a little highlight on the side of this tree. Just here and there, just a little. There it is, see? Okay. Take my liner brush, paint thinner on it, thin like ink. Turn those bristles in there. Pull it out. And let's put the indication of a happy little tree limb here and there. Just a few. We're going to let's put some leaves on this tree. Some nice foliage living back here. Okay, there we go. Now, I believe we can also use the fan brush and create some nice foliage on that tree using the same basic technique. Go right back into my yellow, load the bristles. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, decide where this son of a gun is, and let's just throw on some quick little, see? Just some little indications here and there. All kinds of little leaves and limbs that live out here. Just using the corner of that fan brush. And just let that rascal just sort of shake and play. And shake and bake. There we go. Let it go. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a nice little tree? Put a little out here. A little more right in there. There. Isn't that easy? We've got a nice little tree. You might want to come down in here and put a little bit around the bottom of this tree, and that brings it all together. Now then, you know me. I like those big trees, so let's have a big tree over here. Go right into straight Van Dyke brown. And I'm going to load a roll of paint on the knife. There we go, you can see it. Okay. Now make a big decision. Your tree's going to live. It's going to live. And we check you out for bravery. This is your bravery test. This is your bravery test. Load a little more paint. Maybe there's a big bend in the tree and it, see? Oh boy, that tree's had a rough old life out here. There we go. All the creatures and stuff have climbed this tree and looked out over the swamp. And if this old tree could talk, well, he could tell you some stories. Okay, now then, I'm going to take some white, dark sienna. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and once again, that little roll of paint. I know you get tired of seeing it, but pull it out, cut across. That's all there is to it. And with that, let's just take gentle touch. If you've painted with me before and put snow on the mountains, this is the same thing. Just sort of let it break and follow that old tree right on down. Right on down. Maybe the least little touch of red over here. Reddish color would, see, that brightens it right all up. Can make a beautiful tree just using your knife. Now on the other side, just to show a little reflected light, I'm going to take the least little touch of Prussian blue and white. No, almost no white in it. I want it very dark. Just to show a little reflected light and drop right on the other side here. And then sort of bring them together, just tapping. Okay. You can just use a little more brown now and just work these colors together. And it makes a big old tree that really looks gnarly. Hope that's a word, gnarly. You know what I mean. Sometimes I'm very guilty of just making up words. Gnarly. That's a good sounding word though. Okay, back to my liner brush. Let's put a few arms on this tree. Thin paint. There we go. Just big old arm on that son of a gun. There. Yeah, as I say, when I was a kid, I had a pet alligator, and I had all kinds of weird pets. Even had an armadillo one time, put in my dad's carport, or in his little workshop house. It tore up everything in there. Boy, he got me. Whew. Armadillo's strong. If you don't know what an armadillo is, it's one of them little creatures that live in a shell. He carries his little house around with him. There we go. They're all over the South. Just harmless and cute as they can be. There, got a few little limbs out there. And maybe, go back to my fan brush. Let's load some more of the cadmium yellow, a little touch of the yellow ochre. And let's go back up here. And let's put a few happy little leaves out here on this tree. Still just rubbing and scrubbing. That's all we're doing. No pressure hardly. Just barely, 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 barely let the brush touch the canvas. Just let it sort of graze. Just let it barely touch and have fun. See there? All kinds of happy little things. And in your world, you decide how many leaves and bushes and stuff there are and drop them in. Maybe there's a few out here. And this old limb, maybe it's dead. Shoot, it's resting. I'll tell you what. I think we have a painting. It's about ready for a signature. Let's take a little bit of red and let's sign this little painting. We'll sign it right down here. I certainly hope you've enjoyed it. It'll show you some fantastic ways of using the black gesso, and I know that you'll have fun doing it. So until next time, from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Welcome back. Certainly glad you decided to spend a half hour with us today. I think you'll enjoy the little painting we're going to do, and I hope you take the time to paint along. Or you pull up your old easy chair and just relax with us. I thought today we'd just do a fun painting, one that's a lot of, you'll have a good time with it. Let's just do it. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette. While they're doing that, shoot, let's go on up here and get started. We have our canvas up, the liquid whites on it, it's ready. So I'm going to start off today with a little bit of phthalo blue. We'll use the old 2-inch brush. Grab a touch of the midnight black also. Phthalo blue and midnight black. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. And let's go up here and just using our little crisscross strokes, let's just drop in a happy little sky. Just start at the top and work all the way across. Just making little X's. And then begin working downward. And your color is mixing with the liquid white continually and automatically. Your sky will get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's one of those little tricks that help create the illusion of depth in your painting. As things get farther away from you in a landscape, they should get lighter in value. So let the liquid white work, and it'll happen automatically here. Okay. And just sort of blend it all together. There we are. And very lightly, just go across it. It takes out the brush strokes. Isn't that easy? You've got a fantastic little sky. Now, while we have that color on the brush, I'll add just a little more blue and black. And let's have a little touch of water in this painting today. So, now once again, we want it to be lighter toward the horizon. So start at the bottom and work upward. And your darker color then will be down here on the base. See there? And then just work upward. And automatically, once again, it'll get lighter in value as it works upward toward the horizon. Okay, and then we'll need some water on the other side. Don't want it left out. I don't know exactly where land's going to be and water's going to be. So we just cover it all with water. And if we want a tree to live here or here, we'll just drop it in. There. Now then, very lightly, just gently go across and bring it all together. Okay, now then we can wash our brush. And we wash our brushes with good old odorless thinner. I never use turpentine when I'm washing brushes. It leaves a residue on your brushes, which is very difficult to get out. Plus it smells bad. Oh, it smells terrible. One drop of turpentine in your house and you'll be working by yourself, I'll tell you, because it'll run everybody in the house out. Okay, titanium white. We'll just use the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Let's build just a happy little cloud. And one of the easiest ways to make little clouds is just take the corner of the brush and just tap the canvas with it. Just tap the canvas. We just want a little floater that lives up there in the sky. Just has a good time. Just tap. And you can make him as thick or as thin as you want him. Whatever. We'll give him a little friend. See there? All you have to do though is just tap. Now if you want your clouds to look more distinct and brighter, make your sky a little darker. And when you're using only white paint, then that son of a gun will jump out at you. If you have a sky that's not very dark and you put white paint against it, then you don't have much contrast, so it won't look too bright. There. Now I'm just going to stir these up a little. Just mix them a little bit. Give them a little. This is to me is the way I fluff the cloud up. Just sort of fluff it up. Let a little wind run through it. There. And then very lightly, just barely grazing the canvas. Caress the canvas. Just blend it together. And that's one of the nicest, easiest little ways to make a cloud. Okay. Now then, tell you what, let's build us a little mountain today. You know, it's funny, I get a lot of letters from people, and sometimes they say, Bob, I'm tired of mountains, do something different. And then I get probably as many letters that say, do more mountains. So, if you don't want a mountain in your painting, just leave that little rascal out. But if you want a mountain, then you have it. Okay. Ken will take some black, some Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, and mix it together. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and we have our little roll of paint out here on the edge of the knife. There it is. Now just decide where your mountain lives in your world, and push very firmly, and just drop that little rascal in. And the only thing you're worried about is a nice outside edge. You don't care what's happening on the inside right now. We will later, but right now we're just looking for a nice outside edge. And as I say, use a lot of pressure here. Push that paint right into the fabric. Now, scrape off all the excess paint. Just get in there and really scrape it off. You're not going to hurt the canvas. There we go. With our large brush, we'll just pull that. And then it'll mix with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically it'll get lighter and lighter down toward the base. Just softer and softer. There we go. And that son of a gun should look like it's just sort of floating right up here in the sky. And that gives you a nice base now to begin putting highlights on. Let me clean the old brush again. I like to wash these brushes. Shake it off. There we go. Now then, today I'm just going to use, let's just take titanium white. Pull it out very flat. It's just plain old white. Now this is one of those times you really need a firm paint. This paint should be very firm. You know, people say, how firm is it? Look at that. The knife literally sticks right on the palette. It's very firm. Cut off a little roll of paint, like so. Now then, no pressure. No pressure. There. See there? Just touch and just let it flow right down the side of the mountain. But no pressure. You want it to break like this and have all those little holes and bumps in it. There we go. And up here, see there? It's so easy at times, it's hard. There we go. No pressure though. Can't say that enough times. Probably the most common mistake made is applying too much pressure. And this is one of the best ways that there is to learn to use a knife. And if you can make snow break on these mountains, then you can just make a multitude of other things. It's unbelievable what you can do just by learning to let this snow break here. That delicate touch, light touch. I think I've mentioned over and over again when I was teaching Steve, my son, to paint. The only way I could get it across to him was to tell him that I wanted him to pretend that he was a whisper that just floated across the mountain. And then he understood. It worked for him. And he makes some of the most beautiful mountains today you've ever seen. Using a little blue and white here in our little roll of paint. And I want to put a shadow behind there. No pressure. Just let it float. See there? Just let that float right in there. And each highlight, each little peak in here, if you want it to be an individual, needs a shadow. There. See? See, right there. Give him a little shadow. And you can change this mountain continually. Maybe you want to put a bump over here, another peak. See, you can do that. In your world, you can create any illusion that you want. I think that's what attracted me to painting so much. If I could create any kind of world that I want. Nothing hurts here, no pain. Nobody's unhappy. It's a pleasant place. Everything's nice here. Okay, now then with a large brush, I want to create the illusion of mist. So all I'm going to do here is just tap the base. Just tap, following the angles in the mountain. Always following those angles. And then lift upward. See? And all that little misty things just sort of happen. Over here, follow these angles. Sometimes I'll take a little of that blue on the brush. Maybe you want to bring this right on around. I'll take a little of that shadow color, and we can just make it sort of look like it wraps around. That's sneaky. And it adds a little more interest to your mountain. That easy. And just sort of tap it out and bring it together. Okay. And that's all there is to it. Let's have some fun. I'm going to mix up some black, Prussian blue. Shoot, we'll throw some Van Dyke, some crimson in there, a little sap green, whatever you got. Just mainly dark colors. There, let me clean the knife off. Now let's use our old fan brush today. Let's go in here and load some color right onto the brush. Just load both sides of the brush up. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's just push in. Maybe there's some little background things that live way back in the distance back here, far away. And I'm just pushing and making the bristles bend upward. Just la 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 doo 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 doo. Just be happy, enjoy, have fun. There. Now I want some reflections under this, so I just grab the bottom of it and pull it straight down. See there? Because the canvas is wet, you can do this and get away with it. If you had a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City. Then go gently across, just like so. See? And instant reflections. That easy. Maybe in our world back here, maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here, a little evergreen tree. See? Just touch and then use just the corner of the brush and work back and forth, back and forth. And we got a little tree. Maybe he's got a friend here that's a little bigger. There. Tree needs a friend too. There he is. Now see, I'm sort of weird. I name all these little trees and talk to them, but that's okay. That's okay. Artists are supposed to be a little different. There. So we can get away with things like that. Maybe out here there's a little baby tree. Maybe they ran him off, made him go live out here by himself. All kinds of things. I'll get another fan brush. I have several of them going so I don't have to continually clean them. We'll take a little of that same color we made the tree out of and go into some cad yellow. And that'll turn a beautiful green color because there's blue in there. There. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I just want to put the indication here and there of some little grassy areas that are far, far away back here. Just a few. It's too far away to see a lot of detail. You can grab that and lift upward, make it look like little distant trees. See, that paint moves on there. There we go. All kinds of little things. Little yellow ochre in there too. What the heck? Maybe we'll have some nice fall-looking colors in this painting and with all the shiny colors. A little liquid white. Pull it out flat and then just cut across. Okay? Now then with that, we can just come right up in here and we'll just cut in a happy little waterline. Act like you're just trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Back and forth. This canvas is tough. Chances are you couldn't hurt it if you wanted to. There, see? And maybe there's a little ripple lives out here. And one out here, wherever you want them. Okay. Now then, tell you what, I like doing those trees. Let's do another one. Back into my dark color with a fan brush. Load a lot of color. Let's go up here. Maybe there lives in our world a bigger evergreen here. Big, strong son of a gun. Use the corner of the brush and just make the bristles bend downward. And I'm using the same corner of the brush all the way through the tree. I'm just pushing harder and harder so it uses more and more of the brush. There. These little rascals live right there in your fan brush. Or you can do them with a 1 or 2 inch brush. Tell you what, let's have a third tree. We can have as many trees as we want in here. There we go. Now, I'm going to get over here and find me a 1 inch brush. Go right through that same color. And let's put a happy little bush right here. You sort of have to begin making some decisions here. Where do you want all these little things to live? There we go. That's super. I knew you could do it. Now then, underneath here, we're going to want some reflection. So just reverse the brush where I've been pushing upward, and then we'll push downward. And where you have tall items up on top, you want items that are long below it. Where they're short, then make these not so long. You knew that. Okay. And those will turn in, hopefully, to some very nice little reflections. Just a nice, clean, dry brush. I just like to beat on the brush and pull straight down very lightly. That's all you have to do. Just touch, pull downward, and then go across. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take my knife, a little bit of dark sienna, a little white into it, and get a very small roll of paint on the knife. Okay, now then, let's go up here. Just put the indication here and there of a few little trunks in these trees. Give them some nice trunks so they can stand up strong and tall. There we go. And we can go back to our fan brush. It has the green on it. There. And I just want to put the indication of a few little highlights on these trees. Don't kill all the dark, though. That dark contrast. When we get finished, that's what makes those son of a gun stand out. There, just a little. Evergreens are normally darker than other trees, so leave them that way. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid white and begin applying some color to these things. Pull the brush in one direction. Be right back. Get some sap green here. There we go. Sap green, cad yellow. One direction. Load the bristles full of color. Let's go up here. Now you have to make some decisions. Where do your little bushes live? Just touch and give a little push, just enough to bend the bristles a tiny bit. We'll alternate some of the colors here. I went into a little yellow ochre. Now we can reverse the brush and drop a little of that right in there if you want to. Right in there. Maybe up in here there's a darker green living. There he is. There he is. There he is. See? There's a big, strong bush over here. He's my friend. There. Okay, and another one. But notice how these are going in layers. Those layers, little Indian yellow too, are what create the illusion of depth in your bushes. Reverse it, drop in a few. See there, just reverse your brush. And they don't have to be exact, just a general shape. A little bright red once in a while too. Ooh, that's a pretty one sitting over here in the corner. And we'll reverse him right into the water. Now then, with our clean, dry 2-inch brush, just barely touch the top, just graze it. Just barely touch. And then go across. And that makes those beautiful mirror reflections. That easy. Okay, thought you'd like it. It's always fun I'm going to go into some Van Dyke Brown. Let's put some land under here. Shoo, we need something for all these little bushes and trees to stand on. Don't want them to fall over here in the water and make a big splash. There we go. Now we take the same old brown, add a little white to it. And then come back. Just add the indication of a few highlights here. Just here and there. Just barely grazing. Just grazing. And then with our little fan brush that had the greens and yellows on it, we can come back and break up that straight line. Just let some little grassy areas run right down on the land. A little liquid white on the knife, and we can cut in a water line. Just drop it in. Keep these lines basically straight, even though they follow the land. You want them to be straight, or your water will look like it's going to run right out of the painting. There we go. Okay. Let's have some fun. We got this whole other side to do over here. Take the 2-inch brush, go right into my dark color. A lot of paint on the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe on this side, let's get brave. This is your bravery test today. I like to give those. Over here lives a big tree. Don't think I have to say that again. That's pretty evident. That's a big tree. There he is. This will really check your bravery out. There he is. There he is. Now this, by virtue of it being so big, it just indicates that this tree is much closer to you. And that helps create the illusion of depth. Maybe the little tree way back here somewhere is just as big, but it's far, far away. And by being far away, as you know, it looks smaller. There we go. And then we can just fill that all up. This you could put on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. But it's a good place to practice your strokes. There. Tell you what. Sometimes we avoid this old big brush. And it's a super brush. It'll do fantastic things for you. Let's load it to a chisel edge. Both sides full of paint. Same old dark color. But a lot of paint in the bristles. It takes a lot of paint to stick all these bristles together. See how sharp that son of a gun is? There. Now then, with that brush, maybe there's a large evergreen. Shoo, there is now. There's right there. Just the corner of the brush. I begin working back and forth. Back and forth like so. And let's make a big evergreen tree that lives right here in front of your mountain. Maybe he's got a little crook in him. There, I like trees that are sort of crooked. There. Okay, let's put a tree trunk in that. For that, we'll just use some dark sienna and white. Same thing we used on the other side. There. And since the fan brush already has all that green on it, we can use it to just put in the indication of some highlights. Not too many, not too many. There we go. See, you don't have to paint the whole trunk because you won't see the whole trunk. All right, now, let me find another fan brush here. There's one. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown, and let's build the indication of just a tree trunk in here. Zoom. Like so. We can just make out a tree trunk or two in there. Then we'll go into my liquid white, and into some yellow, and some sap green. Pull that brush through, load a lot of color. A lot of color. Get a little more green on it. There we go. A lot of paint. Now then, let's go up here and barely touching. Begin laying in this large tree. Don't let the brush slide. Just push, let the bristles bend a little, and just begin forming your individual shapes here. Don't just hit these at random. Think about all those little happy limbs that live in here. There we go. See, all these things are there. All you have to do is just push them out of your brush. Super. Okay, maybe over here, add a little yellow ochre. Maybe there's a bush that lives right here. Just sort of pick them out. Now, there. Okay. Pick up a little more green, a little more green, and right here, this one's more in shadow, so it's darker. There we go. See, he just hides right in there. See, layer after layer. There. A little more color on the brush, and reload the brush as necessary. As you use up the paint in it, add some more. Okay, tell you what. Maybe there's a big path in there. Take some Van Dyke brown, and you have to make a big decision here. Where's your path live? Maybe your path lives right there. So we'd lay in a basic shape just using the brown. And we don't know where this path goes. It goes up here and hides behind the bushes somewhere. Just basic shape. And then we'll take some white, a little dark sienna, and let's come back in here and just let this barely graze. Just, okay. It's just like putting snow on the mountain. It's the same exact technique. A little more of the liquid white, back into my yellows and greens. Now then, you have to start making decisions. Are these bushes in front of you evergreen or behind them? I think they're in front. So let them come right over in front of it. There. Vary your colors and drop them in. Every once in a while, drop in a little yellow ochre, and Indian yellow, a little bright red. There's a sparkler right there. Beautiful little bush. Another little green one, and as many as you want, but work in layers. Remember that these bushes are individuals. Do one at a time. There we go. See, now, let some of these things come up over the path. That'll push the path down into your painting. Don't want that path just to float around. See there? Now then, we can take the knife and just scrape in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. And shoot, you've got a finished painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll certainly teach you how to use all the equipment and have a lot of fun. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. Today, let's do a happy little winter scene. That's something I think you'll like. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already done. I've got the old 18 by 24 pre-stretched canvas up here. It's covered with liquid white, and it's ready to go. So I tell you, let's get started today. I thought today I'd start with the old 2-inch brush, and we'll go into a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a little bit, just a little bit. And I'll be right back. I'll reach over here and get a little touch of alizarin crimson, very small amount. Okay, let's go up here. Let's just do a quick, happy little sky today. Just use little crisscross strokes, just like so. And just dance in a happy little sky. There we go. That's phthalo blue and the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Just the smallest amount of crimson. Don't want much. And we'll come over here and put in something right there. There we go. As I say, I thought today we'd do a little winter scene. They're always very nice. There. Okay, and down here, we're going to have a winter scene. Down on the bottom of this, maybe we'll have a little bit of snow. So I'll just use those same colors, and let's just lay in a little blue with a small amount of crimson in it, and this will end up being the shadows in our snow. Same way if we were going to have water down here. We might have water. What the heck? We may change our mind and want some water in here. There. Either way, whether it ends up being water or it's shadows in the snow, it'll be here. Okay, let me clean the old brush off. And we clean our brushes with odorless thinner. shake off the excess, like that, and just beat the devil out of it. There we go. I drive the people in the studio here crazy. Now I just want to take and blend this a little bit. Just blend it a little. Okay, we'll just bring all that together. Now, by not covering the entire sky, you've got some areas that look like little clouds, and you really haven't done a thing. There. Just allow the canvas to work for you and the paint, and you don't have to work yourself to death to do a beautiful little painting. Okay, today, let's have some little mountains in here, but let's make them today with, we'll use alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Proportionately now we're going to have much more crimson than blue because the blue is many times stronger than the crimson. I put a little white out here just so I could tell what color I had. Maybe I'll have a little more crimson. And you just get this till it's the right flavor. There. That's probably pretty good. Now then, today let's just make some little mountains back here with a fan brush. This is a very easy way of making just a happy little mountain. There, just load both sides full of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, decide where your first little mountain will be, and just using the point or the corner of the fan brush, just sort of lay in a basic shape. There's very little paint, very little pressure on the brush here, just enough to get the color to come off. You don't need much paint. And just lay in your basic shape. Okay, maybe, oh yeah, there we go. Just let your imagination go and just drop in little things wherever you want them. There. Okay, now then, I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and grab that and pull it. The liquid white's on the canvas, this paint will move, it'll slide on the canvas. And I want it to get lighter and lighter toward the base. Grab it and pull. And the brush strokes will make the illusion of highlights and shadows here without ever doing a thing. Just the brush strokes is all you need. Okay, over in here, we'll grab this one and pull him. There. See, now the more you blend these, naturally, the lighter they're going to get in value. So you can keep blending these till they just about go away. So you have to make big decisions here. How strong do you want these to be, or do you want them just to blend right into nothing? And you can do anything that you want. There. Okay, now maybe in our world, tell you what, get a little more paint on the brush here, and just load this the same way, just back and forth with a fan brush. See, that's all it takes. Maybe there's a big mountain that lives right up here in the foreground. And it maybe goes right in front of these and just wherever you want it to go. But this color, I'm applying more pressure. I want it to be darker. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker. See, maybe it comes right on up here and pushes those way on back. More paint, more color on this particular mountain. Maybe, yeah, you're right. There's another little bump there. But immediately, this pushes those way back into the distance. Now, once again, with a large brush, grab this and pull it. Just pull it. There. That's all there is to it. This is one of the simplest ways of making a mountain. If you've never attempted a mountain before, I guarantee you this one will work for you. There we go. There. See, when I was a kid being raised in Florida, there used to be a car salesman on the radio every morning. That was before the days of television. And I can remember they used to say, "This car has a Georgia guarantee on it." And people would call and they say, what's a Georgia guarantee? And they say, well, if it falls in two, both halves are yours. So that's the kind of guarantee we got here. Only this one will work. Now maybe you want to go a little farther than that. I get crazy sometime here. Let's take a tiniest little amount of white. I just want to show you what can be done if you want to. You can take a little bit of white paint on the knife and just graze the canvas, just here and there. All you're doing is just touching and just let it zip. Just graze it. Sort of do that in a fast stroke. It works better. If you have time to think about it, you'll hesitate and it doesn't work as well. Just do it. There. And it'll put the indication here and there of a little bit of highlight. But I don't want that to be too bright. So I'm going to come back and just blend it upward a little bit. And just blend it almost away, because I don't want these mountains to be too distinct. These are easy little mountains that are just fun. And that's just enough to give it a touch of highlight and give you the indication that maybe there's a little bit of snow on there. Okay, let's wash the old brush here. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. All right. Today, tell you what, let's put some trees back here. Clean off a spot on my palette, even as big as this palette is. Every once in a while I run out of room because I make such a mess on here. We'll use some dark sienna. Into that I'll add a little touch of yellow ochre, but mainly dark sienna. Now, one of the questions I get quite frequently, speaking of palette, people say, hey, my palette looks different than yours. Yours is not clear. It was clear, but I take sandpaper and scuff it all up for television use. Otherwise, it shines so bright that it would put great big flares on the screen. So it's just like your palette. It's absolutely crystal clear. It's just that I scuff it all up. Just like the brush furrows here are taped. I put tape on those so they don't shine. Okay, let's go right up here and begin tapping in just the indication of some happy little trees. Start at the base of the tree, so it's the darkest, and work upward, just tapping. And begin working on some shape and some form. Just tap. There. Okay. And we'll just bring those. Maybe we'll just go all the way across for them. What the heck? Wherever you want them. But that easy, you can make the indication of a lot of distant little trees. This round brush is fantastic. There's some more back up in there. Lighter toward the top. Down in the bottom here, we want them to be dark with shadows. There we go. Wherever you think they should live. Okay. Let them fade upward. Just sort of disappear up here into the sky. Very soft, very gentle, quiet. There we go. Okay. Now then, let me find my liner brush. I'll add a little paint thinner, and I'll just use that same color. That's all right, same old color. Paint thinner on the liner brush. You want the paint to be thin, like ink. Okay. Now then, we can just take the liner brush and just here and there, put the indication of a few little tree trunks that are showing through. And wherever you want them. Don't worry about getting too many in there. It's just here and there, wherever. There. And it just adds a lot of detail to your little trees that are back in the distance. And most of it, we'll probably put a bunch of stuff in here that'll cover most of it up. But some of it will show through. And people look at your paintings and they know that you cared enough to take the time to add some of these little details. There we go. Now maybe there's some snow there. We'll take our big brush. Just use titanium white right on the big brush. And we'll make a big decision here. Maybe our snow line lives right about here. Just grab and give it a pull. See there? Just make a decision and drop it in. That's all there is to it. Wherever you want it to be. Just like so. This big brush, you can paint a lot of snow very rapidly. Doesn't take but a second. And this is where you begin worrying about the lay of the land, or the way the ground flows. That becomes very important at this stage of the game. Now then, I want to make some evergreen trees. We'll have some big evergreen trees here. So I'm going to take some Prussian blue. Boy, that's strong. Black. We'll use some Van Dyke brown. Throw some crimson in there. The one thing that I don't want to use in these trees is green. Now, normally if I was doing a summer scene, I'd add some sap green in here. But if we put green into this color, and it ever gets into your snow, the only thing worse than yellow snow is green snow. So I don't put any green in winter trees like this, because it's a son of a gun if it gets into the snow. There we go. Load the fan brush full. We'll use a fan brush today to make some nice evergreens. And maybe in our world there'll be one who lives right there. And start off with just a line. Now then, use the corner of the brush and work back and forth. There. Now then, as we work down the tree, I'm going to sort of turn the brush over this way today, so the tree will get wider. I want some wider trees there. See, bring him right down into the snow there. And we'll go back up here, and I'll reload the brush. Same way, just to fill it full of paint. Okay, now then, maybe there's another happy tree that lives right about there. And sort of look at your painting. It may be different. You may not want a tree there. You decide in your world where trees live in your paintings. There we go. Wherever you want them, that's the right place for them to be. There. Okay, let's give him a friend. Maybe he's got a friend. Yep, you're right. Right there. You know me. I think everything should have a friend, even if it's just a tree. There. Through painting, I have met so many fantastic friends. It may be the best part of this whole thing. It's a super way to express yourself, and it brings people together. There we go. Maybe there's another little tree. Yep, you're right again. Right there. There he is. There he is. And it doesn't matter if your tree has a limb that maybe this one, it's not the exact same distance out as the other one, because trees grow any way that make them happy. In fact, if your tree gets to where it looks too symmetrical, then it's sort of boring. Trees have personalities. Shoot, they're like people. There's some big ones and some small ones, and each one's an individual. Let them be that way. Don't fight it. Now then, I'll take the large brush and go up underneath this tree, and intentionally here, bring the camera right up here and let's look. Intentionally, I want to pick up some of this blue and let it move. And that's going to create the illusion of a shadow underneath these trees. See there? See, grab that color and just let it pull right on down. There you go. Isn't that fantastic? See, let's go over to this one here. Same thing. Grab it and pull. And it creates that little shadow underneath the tree. There we go. Now, by creating these shadows, look at the planes that are in this painting. See all these different levels? That's what creates depth in your painting. And as you know, if you're out here selling paintings, that's what sells you painting. Let's have another tree. They're so much fun. Do this in stages or in layers. Do the thing that's farthest away first, and then come forward. Continually come forward in your painting. Now see, I want this tree to be in front of all that. So you do that back here, and then you put a tree, big tree, right there. Like that. And we'll make him exactly the same way. And you can make these trees with a 1 or 2 inch brush also. That 2-inch brush, boy, it makes some super trees. I use that a great deal. See, now this tree lives in front of that one, so we'll just right over the top. It's all right. It does not matter. And He lives down here. There he is. Now then, we'll grab our brush with the white on it once again and pull a shadow out from this tree. Don't want him left out. But isn't that fantastic that easy? You have all those little evergreens sitting right up there and snow underneath them. And really works nice. Let me grab another fan brush here. I'm going to dip this fan brush into a small amount of the liquid white, into titanium white, and a least little touch of phthalo blue. The liquid white is in there to make the paint thinner. Okay? Now with a thinner paint, as you know, the thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We can go back in here and we can come right down here and begin adding some highlights or a little bit of snow on these trees. Not looking for a great deal because I don't want to lose this dark contrast. That's very important to me. I like this contrast in this particular painting. I'm afraid if I lose it, then it'll just sort of blend together. This phthalo blue, white, and a little bit of liquid white just to thin the paint so it'll stick. There. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I knew you could do it. There we go. Anything that you want to do, all you have to do is believe you can do it. If you believe you can do it, then you can do it. You can do anything if you believe strong enough. There. That's super. Every day I get letters from people who tell me that's true. They never believed that they'd paint as long as they lived, and they're painting beautiful, beautiful paintings. And it's surprising how many people tell me that they're out selling their paintings. And selling's not important. The money's not important. What's important is that somebody cares enough about what you did to give you their hard-earned happy buck. And it does good things in here. What it does in the wallet, it means nothing. What it does in here, though, you sell one painting and you immediately run home and you'll paint 25 more paintings, and it forces you to practice. I talk too much. Maybe there's a little cabin here. Let's put a little cabin. I like those. Maybe one of the easiest ways to paint a cabin is to take and scrape out a basic shape. Just use the knife and scrape out a general shape. A little bit of that blue get in there and you can see it. And you can scrape out the entire cabin without being committed. See there? Just any way you want to. Now then, let's take some Van Dyke brown and we'll do this back eave back here. There. Just drop that right in. While I have that on there, zip, we'll go ahead and put in the front. Boy, I sure wished houses were this easy to build. Son of a gun. My father was a carpenter, contractor, did carpenter work, and I spent half my life learning how to work with wood. There we go. And I can tell you that houses aren't this easy to build, for real. Okay? Now, I want a nice straight edge back here, so just take a little of the white and lay in your basic line there. And then when you come down, you'll have a beautiful straight line without any problem. That's sneaky, huh? There we go. Okay, now, the other side of this little house would have some snow laying over there. Drop that in. Okay, we'll use that color we made the tree out of. That was a nice color. I'm going to add some more yellow ochre to it. So it's dark sienna and yellow ochre. Put a little cad yellow into it too. What the heck? Don't overmix. Leave it sort of marbled and cut off a little roll of paint. We'll go back up here and maybe just touch and give a little sidewards pull. Just give it a little pull. There. Okay. There, touch. Give a little pull. Add a little titanium white. I want to brighten that up so it shows a little better. In your world, you make it any way you want it. There we go. I want this to look like old boards. Now on the side over here, I'm going to add a lot of Van Dyke brown to that, because over here, it should be much darker. Not as much light's going to strike. Now we can do a cabinectomy. Decide where you want this cabin to live. Just take your knife and cut it off. This is the way you clean up your cabin, work on your perspective, get everything together. Grab the little knife little touch of brown, we'll put a window right there. Zoop, that easy. Hope you can see that. There's a little window there. I tell you what, maybe over here there's a little shed. We'll just scratch out a little area for the top. Come back in here. Put a little snow out there. Like that. Come right back with some brown. And we can just lay in the front of the shed. There's the side. Take a little bit of our color. Lay in a few little happy boards here. This is just a tiny shed. And we'll cut it off here in just a second. See there? Now decide where you want it. And do, as I said earlier, you just do a cabinectomy. There. And let's put a door right there. That easy. Now we have a little door. Take a little paint, go around the door so it stands out. We're in business. Now then, grab a fan brush. We can take the fan brush here, add a little titanium white on it, and just begin putting some snow around the base here. A little blue, a little white. There. Okay. And we got us a happy little cabin. That easy. And maybe, tell you what, maybe there's a little bit of water here. Let's go right into a touch of the phthalo blue. Just a touch. Grab a little of that color we made a tree out of. Don't want too much paint. If there's water here, all you do is grab this and pull straight down. Look at there. Just pull straight down. Decide where the water is living. Pull down. Maybe it goes right on back here. We don't know where it goes. Straight down. And then go across. Like so. Like so. We can take a little touch of brown. Maybe there's some nice stones in here that live. A couple little stones. And take some snow and bring right up over the top. There. A little bit of liquid white on the palette now. And let's go back in here and just cut in the indication of a happy little water line. Like so. See there? Okay, and it goes, this thing goes right on back, this little body of water. Let's get crazy. Shoot. Have some fun here. I'm going back into my dark sienna and yellow ochre mixture with a round brush. Let's have us a nice tree. It lives right here. Dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown here and there. This tree just lives right here, goes right on up. There. Put in a basic shape. That's all we're looking for right now. It's just a very basic shape. There. Okay. Now we'll cut him off right here. Put a little snowbank there. And we can turn that right into a reflection into the water. Get a little bit of that white, pull it straight down. And the tree color. Okay. Touch of the yellow ochre, least little touch of bright red. And you can begin defining some of these little limbs and branches here and there. Just like so. All you're using is the top portion of the bristles to create individual little things. Don't put too much color here. This is supposed to be old and dead and just sort of hanging around out here. And we can take a fan brush and a little bit of that yellow ochre and stuff. All those little colors. There we go. Put some little things growing down in here. Okay. Little stick or two. And we're to the point we have a nice, happy, completed little painting. I think we'll call that one finished. And from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and I'm glad you're with me today. So today, let's do a fantastic little seascape. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little picture at home. And while they're doing that, tell you what, come on up here, let me tell you what I've already done. I've got my standard old canvas up here, and I've painted the entire canvas with black gesso. I allowed that to dry, and then I've came up here and I've sort of added some colors. I've put a little bit of alizarin crimson mixed with black and a touch of phthalo blue up in the sky area. And down here in the bottom, I put some phthalo green, phthalo blue, and black, and just covered the whole canvas with a nice, thin, even coat of those colors. Those colors are transparent, so when you put them against a black background, it still looks black. And onto that, we're going to add different colors, and fantastic things will happen. I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, let's get started and do it. Let's start off today with a small amount of titanium white. And I'm using the little 1-inch brush. And I'll tell you what, let's make a happy little sky up here. And let's just take the brush, and since there's color already on the canvas here, all you have to do is just sort of touch. All I'm doing is just sort of touching and putting in all kinds of just happy little shapes. Just like so. We'll just let that go right on off. There we go. See there? All you have to do is tap. Very, very easy. And once again, because there's color underneath, you'll pick up that color and just fantastic things will happen. Or you can just rub it a little, just like so. Just scrub a little of the white on there, then all these things begin happening. There. See? Just whatever you want. Maybe over here, let's do another one of those. These are going to turn out to be big fluffy clouds. But all we're doing right now is just tapping in a very loose base shape. Just a base shape, basic shape, whatever you want to call it. We're not looking for detail at this point. We're going to come back and begin worrying about detail. Right now, all we're doing is adding some color onto the canvas. Okay, now then, let's take a good dry 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. And very lightly, we'll just begin brushing here. Just brush. And I'm going to brush the base of this out, but I'm not going to touch the top yet. Just blend it out. Let it blend right into that color that's on the canvas. Isn't that fantastic? There. These black canvases are one of my absolute favorites. Now, very lightly, just lift that. Lift it and blend it. There we go. Just bring it all together. Lift it and sort of pull it up that way. I'm doing that real slow so you can see. Just pull it. And it makes one of the most fantastic little skies. And it's so very easy. There we go. Just like so. Now right across the center here, I have a piece of masking tape. I just want to keep the horizon lines nice and straight on the seascape. So that's just plain old masking tape put across there. We can take a fan brush with a little bit of white on it, and maybe we want to go back here and just add in some little things here and there. All you do is just lay in some basic shapes wherever you want them, wherever you want them. And go back to your large brush and blend them. And you can blend them to any degree of darkness that you want. The more you blend this, the darker it's going to become, because it's going to pick up the color that's on the canvas, the base color underneath. And you can just keep on till you blend it all the way if you want to. But hopefully we won't go that far with it. Now then, let's pull the masking tape off and we'll have a nice straight horizon. See there? That masking tape really does keep your horizon just as straight as it can be. I hope you can see that. I know it's difficult on that black canvas with a black background. Now then, where the tape was, I'm going to add a little bit of black and phthalo blue just right in there where the tape was, because there was no color there. Being careful to keep that horizon line nice and straight. Nice and straight. Okay. Now then, time to make some big decisions. One of the things that I like to do when doing seascapes is determine right from the beginning where my major wave's going to be. And then it seems to work easier if you know where that wave's going to be and you work around it. So I just use the little filbert brush here, put a little white on it. And let's make a big decision. Maybe our major wave will be right about here. and it'll come right about here and go out, and it's going to come up a little bit and then sort of break over right in this area, and maybe there will be the big break. And that's really all you need. That tells you where you can work and where you can't. More important is where you can't work. Good. Now then, we'll draw off our little filbert, and we can have some fun. Let me get a fan brush here. Maybe back here in the distance, let's mix up. We'll use some black, a little touch of blue, a little touch of phthalo green. Throw some Van Dyke brown in there too, just to dull it down. And just mix them on the brush. No big deal. Maybe back in here, far, far away, there's some distant little trees live. So I'm just going to take the brush, and I'm barely touching the canvas. I want these to be quite light in value. These are far away. I don't want them too distinct. I want them just to be back here in the mist. Just in the mist. They're just hiding back here in the background somewhere. There. See? You can see them, but they're not real distinct. Now, closer up on this, there'll be a few trees that are much more distinct. I have a few little evergreens sitting out here. There we go. There them little rascals are. And you just put as many as you want in your seascape, or as few. Maybe you don't want evergreens in yours. Maybe you want to have some old trees that hang over and lean, and that's all right. Anything that you want. I just want to show you how to do this, and then you decide how you want to do it. There. Okay, we use that same color. And let's put in maybe a little footland back here. Just a little rock the rocky area that projects out into the water. There we go. See, and all we're using here is just that same old dark color. There. Now brush strokes at this point become very important. You can lay this completely out using nothing but brush strokes. Normally I put no color there, just the dark, but no highlights on it. Just the dark color, and let the brush strokes put the indication of all kinds of little things in there. You can even lift up, now even if this doesn't show on your TV, when you do your painting, it will certainly show. You can see all kinds of rocks and stones, and it's unreal what can go on back in here. Now, if you want, you can add the least little touch of white to your brush. Maybe that'll, there, you can see that better. As I say, I normally wouldn't do this. I just want you to be able to see it. But just with brush strokes, you can create all kinds of happy little things back here. Just wherever you want them. There we go. Okay. All right, now we can come in here and start playing. Let me find another fan brush. I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning brushes. And we'll take just straight old titanium white. Straight old white. Load the brush, both sides. And let's go up here, and let's make a decision here. Here's our horizon. So let's just start putting little, and I'm going to exaggerate. I'm going whoop, 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 okay? Got to make that noise too. But just small back in there. Just think of little waves. Little waves splashing way back in there. And leave some dark areas. Don't cover up all these. Sometimes it gets to be fun and you can't stop. There you go. And just work it out. See, and already that begins giving the indication of water. And it's picking up that color that's on the canvas, and all these little things just happen automatically. You don't even have to worry about them. Now maybe, let's come right in here, and here's a big major wave. It comes right along in there and lives, and goes right on through. And this wave, we said, came right along here, like that, and then it's going to come right over. Once again, it helps to make those little noises. Of course, people look at you a little funny, but that's all right. There. Now then, let me wipe my fan brush off. Just remove the excess paint. And now then, all I want to do, Well, watch, it's easier to show you. Here, where you put this paint, begin blending it back, but you're still making a little stroke like that. Okay? Hope all that makes sense. There. See, what's important is not this line that you made here, but in between. That becomes the trough, or the area between the waves. And just by pulling that little bit of paint back in that stroke, automatically you can create that illusion. Automatically. There we go. Just very gently. Now if it begins getting too bright, just clean your brush off. Just wipe your brush off good. Okay, then a little bit here. Takes very little paint on these black canvases. I think they're one of the most fantastic things that there are. I love these black canvases. Some of the effects are unreal. There. Now then, you make a decision here where this little footling sticks out in here. You just take your paint and cut it off. There we go. Now then, shoot, we about got that rascal looking good. But you see how easy it is to make this whole background with just a fan brush and a few happy little strokes. Okay, let's get on down here and start playing. I'm going to take some titanium white and the least little touch of cad yellow. Least little touch of cadmium yellow. This may still look white on your set, but there's a little yellow in here. Don't get too much. All right, now then, right in here, the eye of the wave or the transparency. Take a filbert and scrub it firmly. Just scrub it in. There you go. Now begin thinking about the shape of this wave. And we'll work back, getting darker, until it just disappears. Okay, now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve any degree of lightness in this eye of the wave that you want. Some people call it an eye of the wave, some people call it a transparency, whichever. See, if you want to do it again, the big thing is to start with a clean brush. Be sure your brush is clean. You always want that fresh, clean paint right there in that transparency. Load the brush full, go back, and start again. Always start in the light area and work outward. See, there. And think about shape. Begin thinking about the shape. See, this wave's coming up and curling over here. So there's shapes like this. Let me just do it in so you can see it. There. Darker, until it just disappears right on out to nothing. There. And sometimes when I'm doing these, maybe I'll do that 3-4 times. Whatever it takes to get it as bright and as light as I want it. And when you're doing yours, just take a look at it. Make a big decision and do it. Now, use a 2-inch brush and very delicate, gentle touch. I hope you can see that. Just sort of using just the top corner of the brush. All you're doing is just mixing it up. Don't make big old strokes. The brush is hardly moving. You're just barely caressing the canvas, just enough to blend this together. And you can make it as smooth as silk. Just very gently and let it blend right on out. See there? Look at that. I used to go crazy trying to do seascapes. This is such a super nice, easy way to do it. Look at that water. Look at that. There. And just blend it as you go. And you can grab it and begin pulling it. You can begin thinking of the shape of the wave here as it moves and turns. And there. And I beat the brush just to remove excess paint. Now then, let me find a fan brush that's clean. Let's start making the crasher here. For that, I'll go right into titanium white. Plain old titanium white. Because once again, when we get up here and begin working, it's going to pick up the color that's underneath. Now maybe this wave comes over and says, phew. Have to make those little sounds. Think about the water. Think about the water. Water's moving. is having a good time out here. There we go. And it's just splashing and churning. Oh, there. And it's crashing over here. Boom. Okay. I'm going to wash that old fan brush. And we just wipe it on a paper towel. Okay, now then. Now comes the fun part. Grab the old filbert brush. I like to put the foam on there. For that, we'll take a little white and a little bit of this color we used. This is blue with the least little touch of crimson in it, so it's sort of a lavender color. There we go. Just load the brush full. And we're going to put the shadow in the foam first, then we'll come back and put the highlights on it. So start right up here and just sort of give the brush a little wiggle. Little tiny circles. Now sometimes there's no foam right here. That's up to you. I like to put some foam there because it just looks good to me. Tiny little circles, and we're just scrubbing that in. And think about where this would churn and hit and splash and come back up over itself. And just throw it all in. See there? There. Isn't that fantastic? That easy. Now, dry our brush. Be sure it's good and dry. If it's not good and dry, it's going to thin your paint and cause you agony. And agony hurts. There we go. We load this up with white. Load it full of color. A lot of color. See, both sides of the brush are very full. Okay. Now then, hold the brush sort of like this. See, it's sort of sidewards. And touch, and just give it a little upward push right on top of that. See, it's on top of that shadow. Push. It's hard to do it slow. That's all you're doing, just giving a little upward push. See that? That way that bright part's right out on the edge. And wipe your brush continually. Look at this big splash up here where it's hitting. Whew. Okay, now don't kill all your shadow. It's very easy. You get carried away sometime and you can kill all that shadow. And you need that dark part underneath there, or it just won't look right. Now then, I've wiped off the brush, and I'm just going to sort of blend that together. So there's no harsh lines where these two come together. Just sort of blend it together. There you go. There you go. Now you could do it with a clean, dry 2-inch brush. And all we're using is just that very top corner. Just the top corner. Just the top corner. And we want to stir this up a little bit. See, we're not making big strokes. The brush hardly moves. You can blend this till it's just, it's just smooth as glass. And you may have to do it once or twice to get the feel of it, but it'll work for you. People would never believe you used a 2-inch brush to make such delicate, beautiful little foam. And you can take a little of that and put on the outside, just touch out here so it looks like little things sparkling in the air. Little millions of little water droplets going all up. There. Okay. Now one thing that'll help separate this wave, I'm going to take a little bit of paint thinner on my liner brush and just go into some dark color. Just a little bit of paint on the liner brush. Now, we need something here to separate. So just take the liner brush and just come right around, and it'll cause these two areas to separate. And really make that son of a gun stand up there. Then you can take a dry brush and just blend that out till you can't even see it. There you go. Now then, now we can start having some fun. Now we need some foam in here. For that, I'll just use a fan brush. You can use the filbert or the fan or the liner, whatever you happen to have handy. This has already got white on it. So begin thinking about the way the wave is coming up and turning over. Back here, it's still quite flat, but in here it has turned all the way over. So just use the brush and begin creating that illusion. This is where you form and shape your wave, just with this foam here. You begin making all these little things that just play right along here. There. And we'll come back and put detail in. All we're doing now is just putting in some basic shapes. There we go. Wherever you want them to go. Wherever you want them to go. See there? But don't kill all your dark areas. As I say, this begins working and it's so much fun. Next thing you know, you've killed every bit of dark area that you had. I do that all the time. So if it happens to you, you're certainly not alone. You've got a lot of company. There we go. Okay. Now you can sort of blend that up a little if you want. Now then, find my liner brush. Let's begin putting some nice highlights in there. For that, we'll just use paint thinner and a little bit of titanium white with at least a little bit of phthalo blue in it. Now then, just come in here and you can begin adding all kinds of little delicate things. These are the things here that really make your painting stand out, all these little details. And once you get a little dark on there, didn't get enough dark yet. We'll get some here in a second. There. There we go. Think about where the light's shining through here. And spend some time really, you want these to sparkle. And if these are going to be in the bright light, you can take a little pure white, even maybe with a little touch of yellow in it, and just begin working these. Right where you want the light area to be, though. If you use too much of this, it won't be effective. Just where you want the brightest areas. So this sort of leads you right up into that. Okay, and maybe right along in here. Begin putting in all kinds of little things. Back in here. All these little details, that's what makes your painting really stand out and makes it special. See, you can come from back here and put all kinds of little, let them follow the basic shapes though. There we go. Look at that. Did you ever think you could do that kind of seascape that quick? You can. You really can. See, little things just playing down. All these little lines that just play in the waves and have fun. And the more of those you put in, the more detail you'll have, the better your painting will look. There we go. That's something. I thought you'd like this one today. And back in here. There we go. See, you can see little things back in the wave. And sometimes these are on the other side of the wave and you can just see them through the wave. But there's absolutely no limit to what you can do. You're limited only by your imagination. There. And imagination is like everything else, like every other muscle in your body. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Begin practicing composing scenes in your mind. And very soon, you'll be able just to make up thousands of little scenes in your mind. That's when it really gets to be fun. And let's go way up in here. And we'll put all kinds of little things back in here. There we go. Okay. See all those little rascals? And they all add detail and make your painting so special. There. Okay, I have a few back in here. And if you ever get one that's a little too bright, just work with it. It'll go away. Tell you what, let's have a little stone in the front here. You know me, I always like to have little stones. I'll use the small knife, Van Dyke Brown, little dark sienna in it. And let's go, maybe our little stone lives. Sure does now, right there. There's just a happy little stone. Okay, we'll take a little dark sienna, at least a little touch of white in it. I want this to be quite dark. I don't want it to be too distracting right up here in the front. Quite dark. Our little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, And all we're doing here is just bumping, just barely touching. Just want a little bit of light on that stone. Then we can take our liner brush and just very gently bring a little bit of water right up around the edges here, like so. See there? And let that little rascal just fit right in there. Now, let's have some fun. I didn't tell you quite everything. There's a piece of contact paper on here, and I want to pull that off and let you see what's underneath. All I did was put the contact paper on, then I painted the canvas black. Now when we take that off, look at what you have. Isn't that one of the most fantastic little seascapes that you ever seen? I thought you'd like that. That is so super. Then we can just spend our remaining time today just putting in some details like so and signing the painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. I also hope you'll give it a try because you'll find it unbelievably rewarding. It's one of the most fantastic ways to do a seascape that I've ever seen. And with that, we'll call that one finished. From all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Hi, I'm glad to see you today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Super. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need at home to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me tell you what I've done already. We have our standard old canvas up here. It has liquid white all over it and it's ready to go. So let's do the same thing. I'm going to start out today with the old 2-inch brush and go into the smallest little amount of alizarin crimson. Just a little bit, and just tap the bristles into it. And by tapping the bristles, that assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe today we'll have a little pink in the sky. Just a small amount. I sincerely suggest that you start with at least a little touch of alizarin crimson. You can always add more, but it's a son of a gun to try to take it off. And a little bit goes a long way. It goes a long, long way. And the crimson is continually blending with the liquid white, and it gets lighter and lighter in value the more you work it. And I'm just using little crisscross strokes here. Just like so. There. Okay. Now then, that easy. Let's go. We won't even wash the brush. Shoot, we just go right into a small amount of phthalo blue. Phthalo blue. Once again, it takes very little paint. Just tap. Okay, now let's go up here, and we'll still use our little crisscross strokes. And let's just put in a little bit of blue around this pink. Now be careful. Be very careful. The blue is so strong, it will absolutely consume your pink. There. Blue is probably 100 times stronger than the crimson. There we go. Okay, a little bit over here, like so. Just put it in. Use a little crisscross strokes. That's all it takes. There we go. Wherever you want it. And you can just tap a little stringy cloud here and there if you want one. Maybe you don't want one, but if you do, that's all there is to it. You can put all kinds of happy little things in there. I like to do skies. There's so many beautiful effects you can make. There we go. Now then, let me wash the brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Wash the old brush. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Now then, with a clean dry brush here, all we're going to do is blend this together. Where the blue and the pink come together, just blend so you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. Just blend it together. And maybe, as usual, you know, if you painted along with me, I'm such a fanatic for water. I put water in everything I paint. Maybe we'll have a little water in this one too. So while I have the old brush going here, put a little more of the phthalo blue on it. A little bit more. And maybe we'll have some water in here. I don't know where it's going to be. Let's just put this down here, and we'll make that big decision later. Add a little black to that so it's darker at the base. little touch of midnight black. There we go. We just fill this in. We'll make up our mind later. Midnight black and phthalo blue. There we go. Now, that wasn't so hard, was it? Okay. Let's have some fun. Maybe today, let's do a mountain. We'll take some black and some blue, take a little alizarin crimson, and some Van Dyke brown. Just mainly a good dark color. Pull the paint out flat, cut across it so we have our little roll of paint right out of the edge of the knife. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Where does your mountain live? In your world, you decide. Maybe there's a peak there. Get a little more paint. Maybe this comes up. See? And just push very firmly and put your mountain in wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. That's exactly where it should be. Okay, there we go. And we just let this wander right on off. Scrape off all the excess paint. Just get in there and get tough with it. You're not going to hurt it. Now, we'll take a 2-inch brush, grab that, and pull it. Just pull it. Now, the little trick. I want a distant mountain in the background back here, but I want it the same color, only lighter. So with the color that I've pulled off this mountain, watch here. We'll just go right back in here and just take the brush, and we'll tap in the indication of a little mountain that lives way back in the distance. It just sort of lays up here in the sky and floats around. Very soft and very quiet. That way it's the same value, only lighter. There. See there? Isn't that sneaky? Now then, we can go ahead and pull this color right on down. And we've got the base coat for a big old fantastic mountain right there. Just let this blend right on off to it. It just looks like it's floating right along in there. That's just right. Just perfect. Now then, we can wash our brush again. Of course, the camera people hate it when I wash brushes here. There. We get them. All right, let's put some highlights on this. And for that, I'm going to use titanium white, just plain old titanium white. I'm going to reach over here and get the least little touch of the black and put in it, just so it grays it down a little bit, makes it a little bit grayish. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Just, get tough with it. Cut across, and we have our little roll of paint once again. And with that, now then we can begin deciding where light would shine through there. Just let the light come through and bounce and play and have fun wherever you want it. There we go. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. See, touch. Just let it come on down. Now, if mountains in your area are a different shape, change them. All I want to do is show you how to make a mountain. I know this is not the shape of the mountain everywhere. But if you can make one mountain, you can make a million mountains. And maybe in your area there isn't any mountains. Then leave it out, if that's the way you want your world to be. I like mountains because they teach you how to use these knives. And if you learn to use these knives, you're in business. I'm going to take some white, a little bit of Prussian blue, just a small amount. It's very strong. Reach over here and get the least little touch of dark sienna and just mix it marbly. And I've got the small knife here. Let me wipe it off so you can see. Okay, now cut across and you get that. There we go. Get that little roll of paint. And there's a multitude of colors happening there, the same as there is here. Now then, let's put some shadows in here. Just touch. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure. Let it just glide right down the side of this. Right down the side. Let all those little colors just happen. Maybe they don't all show up. But in here, if you're looking close up, you can see all those different colors. The same as they were in the paint, now they're on the mountain. See, just put in your basic shape here. Pull it down, pull it down. There, now then, see this peak here? He needs his own individual little shadow. And that way he'll stand out. There we go. We can take here and there a little touch of dark color, we can go back and add in little accents. There. See, it makes those areas deep and dark and mysterious. That's where the mountain goat goes to hide. Well, when I lived in Alaska, we saw a lot of mountain goats and Dall sheep and all those beautiful, beautiful animals. There we go. Okay. You know, it's sort of sad in a way. This is the last show of the 13th series. The last one. But we'll be back. We've already started working on the next series. It's hard to believe my gosh, there's nearly 170 shows now. And if you haven't had the opportunity to see them all, and you'd like to, give your local station a call. They have access to them. Just give them a call. Tell them you want to see them. Take a 2-inch brush and just tap, following the angles to create a little mist down here at the base. There we go. You know, when I started this, I'd never believed we would have this many television series and that this many fantastic people would watch us. And I'd like to thank you for making this one of the most popular how-to shows ever. And I owe it all to you. You're fantastic. And from the very bottom of my heart, I thank you for allowing me to be part of your family and to come into your homes each week. That's so special. There. Now see the nice misty area at the base of this? That's what we're looking for. And we're ready. Let me find this brush. Use the old oval brush today. I had some mountain color left here. I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green to it. Least little touch. And some white. There we go. Maybe a touch more of the sap green. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, clean off my knife. Let's take the oval brush today. It's fun to use. I'm just going to tap it in here and tap it right into some color. It's easy to distinguish. It has a black handle. Maybe there's some little footy hills. And they live right here. Little foothills. Just happy little foothills. And because this brush is sort of roundish on top, it makes all these beautiful little shapes almost automatically. Almost automatically. There. Another thing the television series has done, it's allowed me to introduce a lot of new products and a lot of new ideas that I'd never had the opportunity to share with you. Things like the black gesso, the plexiglass palettes, liquid black, liquid clear, oval brushes. All these things are things that I designed, and I was allowed to show them to you. And that's fantastic. I hope you enjoy them, and they make your painting life much easier and bring you ways of doing whole new effects that you never had before. Okay, now I'm going to take and pull down. There. Even the knives I designed and worked on each and every one of them and changed the shapes and made them all different ways till I got them just the way that I wanted them. And I hope they work for you. Okay, I'm going right into a little bit of the cad yellow, and I left the dirty color on the brush so it turns green when you touch it. Now, same brush, I'm going to go back in here and just tap the indication of a few little highlights here and there. Don't want too much detail. This is too far away. Too much detail would work against you. Because when things are far, far away, all you see is basic shapes, basic colors. There we go. Maybe over here, add a little yellow ochre. Some of them I'm not going to put anything on. Just leave them like they are. A little Indian yellow. All different colors of green. Different planes. Isn't that fantastic? And it only takes a second. Okay. Now then, back to my knife. I'm going to take a little touch of Van Dyke Brown and just scrape in the indication of a water line, like so. So now we have foothills overlooking a happy little lake. take a little liquid white, put it on the palette, and we'll pull that out as flat as I can get it. Just really pull it out, get strong with it. Take the knife and cut across. And with that, go up here, and you can just cut in a little water line, just a little light area under the dark. And it separates that, makes it stand out. There. Does nice things. Maybe there's a happy little ripple here and there. Keep these basically straight. And if you've painted with me before, you know that. Shoot, we talk about it all the time. Now then, let me find that old fan brush. There we go. I'm going to mix up, well, let's mix up a bunch of color. Black, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown. There's some crimson, some sap green. Whatever, big pile of color. Just, we don't have to over mix it, just something like so. Clean off my knife. Let's build some happy little evergreen trees. We'll do that with a fan brush. Just pull the brush right through the paint, like so. Okay, let's go maybe. There it is, right here. There's a little evergreen. Just take the corner of the brush, back and forth, back and forth. I think I've mentioned before, I had a lady in class one time, she called these Z trees, like Zorro. And that's sort of a good analogy. You just sort of make little Z's work back and forth. There. I've got old and decrepit now. I don't teach too many classes. We send my son Steve, he goes all over and teaches, and we have other fantastic teachers travel all over the country. I let them do the teaching. There we go. Back and forth. There. Maybe in here. Let's just put the indication. Boy, I'm just killing my little lake. Just the indication here. And all I'm doing is tapping downward. Just tapping downward. We're going to push that little lake right back into the distance. Maybe here and there. It's a tree that's a little bit more detail in him. There. See there? Okay, we'll give him another one right there. And you can put as many or as few of these as you want. Tell you what, we'll have another big one over here. When I said I was covering up the lake, I wasn't kidding, was I? If I keep going, there's just going to be a mud puddle left out there. Another big tree. That's all right. We don't know how big it is behind all these evergreens that are living here. It may be a huge lake. There we go. Okay, that's too slow. Shoot. Let's have some fun. Go into the big old brush. And we'll take that same color mixture, pull the brush through the paint in one direction. One direction. Now then, let's have some nice big trees and stuff over here. Let's just take this brush, push, bend the bristles. Bend the bristles. Don't let them slide. See, don't let them slide. Bend. There we go. There we go. Can do. You can do anything that you want to do. All you have to do is believe. Anything that you believe you can do, you can do. You can do. There. See, we could fill all this up. You could use your shoe to put this on. It doesn't matter. This is a good place, though, to practice your brush strokes. All I'm doing here is putting in background color. Just putting in the dark so the light will show. There we are. There we go. We'll just fill all this up. Okay. See there? We put all this water down here, and all that's left is a tiny little lake. Tiny little lake. And that's what's so fantastic about painting like this. Right in the middle of the painting, you can change your mind. You have total and complete freedom. When I was a traditional painter, I never felt free. Here I feel free. Pull the paint out flat, cut across, and once again we have our little roll of paint. Let's go up here, put the indication just here and there with some little tree trunks. Just wherever you want them. Just brown and white. Brown and white. There. You can scratch through the paint, make the indication of all kinds of little sticks and twigs and stuff. There. People think you work for weeks putting all those in. And that's our secret. That's our secret. Now I'm going to get a plain 1-inch brush. Let's see here. We'll dip it into some liquid white and go right into our yellow. Reach up in here and get a little of that dark color we was using because it has blue and it'll turn green. Our golden rule, thin paint sticks to a thick paint. So I stuck it into the liquid white first, only to thin the paint. Pull the brush in one direction. Okay, now then, let's begin putting all kinds of beautiful little leaves on these. Put some sparklers up here. Work in layers, always working in layers, completing the most distant layer first and coming forward. Forward, forward, forward. And you can put layer after layer after layer of just beautiful little bushes. Don't let the brush slide. The other thing that causes a lot of problem is just hitting it random. Don't hit it random. Let's go over to the other side here. I don't want this one left out. Don't hit it random. Think about it. Think about it. There we go. See, there's branches and limbs inside this tree, and each one of them's an individual. Has its own personality. There. Okay, a little more of the liquid white. A little more of the dark color to make a dark green. Maybe there's a happy little bush. Yep, you're right. It lives right there. There we go. Wherever you want them. Wherever. There's another one. Tell you what. Super way to make some little grassy areas. I'll just wipe that off a little. We'll use the same old dirty brush. 2-inch brush. And I'm going to go right into this yellow. Now it's dirty. It's got all those colors on it. So it also is going to turn green. Just tap. Now then. Maybe there's just some soft little grassy areas that live right back in here. All you have to do is tap. And the more you tap these, the softer they'll become, till they look just like velvet laying out here. There. Layer after layer. Once again, start in the background and work forward. Always working forward. There we go. Okay, just work in layers, work in layers. There. Okay, now then, let's have some on the other side too. Bring this down. It comes right on down like that. See there? Just let it flow right out of that. There we go. Okay. Isn't that fantastic? A big old brush like that, you can make something that looks so delicate and so soft. And you can. You really can. There. Okay. But notice here, we're worried about the lay of the land. I want this to look like it sort of comes down. And this is where you create that illusion. These little grassy areas give the indication of the way the land flows. Tell you what, let me find my fan brush here. It's got, put some Van Dyke brown on it and just load it full. Just load it full. Maybe back in here, there's just a happy little path. If it comes right along here, maybe on around, wherever you want it. Just a little path. And I'll just take the same brush and add a little white to it. Just a little titanium white, and just let it graze that. There. Isn't that easy? We got a nice little path. Tell you what, maybe there's a little stone over here. And maybe there's also a little stone Right here, wherever you want a little stone, just drop it in. Take a little brown and white, little highlight on these stones, and they'll stand out as individuals. Now then, we can take just a clean knife, scrape through, put the indication of some sticks and twigs and all these little things in here. And same thing on the other side. Just scrape right through, like that. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Take Van Dyke Brown on the fan brush. A lot of paint. Let's go right up here. Maybe? Here we go. This is your bravery test. Right through there, we'll put a happy tree trunk. And if that's not enough, that didn't challenge your bravery, let's do one over here, a bigger one on the other side. And we'll have a nice tree on each side, like that. We can take our knife, a little bit of brown and white, and let's just put the indication here and there of some highlights on these trunks. All I'm doing is just touching, just touch. There. Let's go the other one. Need a little bit on this one, don't want him left out. Like so. Now, to our liner brush. I'm going to dip it in paint thinner and then go right into the brown. I want this paint to be as thin as ink. Thin as ink. Turn it, turn it. That brings the bristles to a nice point. Then we can go out here and let's just put the indication of some nice tree limbs on this. And we'll put some leaves on this, so you don't have to put too many. We're going to cover up most of them anyway. But if you have trouble making the paint flow, add more thinner. More thinner. There we go. Let's go on the other one. Give him some arms too. Gotta have an arm here so he can stand up and wave at the sun, talk to the mountain. Birds gotta have a place to sit. You know, in one of the earlier series, I showed a little robin that I was raising. We're still getting calls about the little robin. And then on the next series, I'm using the oval brush here. On the next series, I showed the little robin being turned loose. So in case you didn't see that particular show, the little robin grew up and we let him go. And he's doing fine as far as we know. There we go, just tapping in some nice leaves on these old trees. There. Okay, let me grab my other oval brush with green on it. We'll put a few highlights. And this little painting will be about finished. And once again, I'd like to thank you for allowing me back in your home for another series. And I look forward to the next one coming up. My gosh, the next one will be number 14. And if you'll have us, we'll be back with you. There we go. And with that, I think we have a finished painting. And I'd like to tell you, on behalf of the entire crew here, and it takes a lot of people, happy painting, God bless, and we'll see you next time.